And then can you hear me? Hang on a second. I'm going to move pin on my glasses. Check, check, check. I'm Jumbo. Can't hear them. Oh, he's on mute. His audio is off? Yeah, hang on. I'm asking him to unmute, and he take control of his. Hey, I'm Jumbo. Mambo poa. Are you guys excited?
Acha ni kupiga makelele, mnaongea naye.
Piga makelele, hakuna tabu.
Haya.
Are you excited?
Haya.
Isn't it your bedtime?
Yes.
Yes. It's here in Canada. It is it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock for you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So the conference is starting in half an hour.
Yes.
And in half an hour, you will be on stage, and they will watch you singing "Lean on Me" and doing your dance. So Canada gets to see all of your fantastic energy and performance. And then after you see it on stage, they're going to show you the audience so you can wave at everybody, okay? And then hopefully when I come back in January, we'll bring some more Canadian visitors with us. Good. It's so nice to see you guys. I miss you. And I have completely forgotten how to play the drums, so you have to teach me again when I come. Okay, Asante Sana. Ben, do you need anything else, Brian? Because I can't hear the background, but I can just hear him. That's fine, right? So what was the question? You can hear us okay, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll probably be on mute, Ben, the whole time, okay? But you'll be able to hear us. We just won't be able to hear you. So you can laugh, you can dance, you can clap, no problem. You won't be interfering with the sound, so don't worry about that. Just be yourselves, be happy.
So I'll mute for the whole time. You will be.
Yeah, you'll be on mute, correct. But we'll still be able to see you, so it doesn't matter about noise. Sing and dance and laugh and wave and all of that stuff. That's totally fine.
Okay.
Okay, so at 1:30, so in about 20 minutes, we'll come back live. This was just a test, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
They can stay connected.
Yeah, you can keep this connection on, Ben. You don't have to take the connection out, okay?
Okay, it's okay.
You can keep this connection. You just won't see anything for the next little while.
Yeah, it's okay.
But stay connected. And if for any reason you drop connection, just come back right away, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thanks guys. See you soon.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Aya.
Okay, he's muted. And then going to main stage. Place pin. Okay, good. So I gotta admit myself. My goodness, I'm losing my mind. Admit. Oh, I'll turn the fan back on. Fine enough, man. That's just fucking great.
Then maybe. You make it so it's just them.
Sorry?
You'll have it so it's just them being seen.
Why am I being seen here? Oh, is it this one?
hope you guys welcome me because I welcome you guys and I see lovely faces in here, so it's going to be great, all right? We're going to get things going today. We're going to get things started. Just to start, before we get started with today's event, I want you guys to take a few minutes to complete the Mentimeter activity on the screen, all right? So you can scan the QR code on the main screen right here, all right? And enter the code 66406086 to participate. Your feedback is important to us, all right? So you guys ready to go? You guys ready to get things started today? Whoa, what was that? What I heard are you guys ready to get things started today? Parents up top, are you guys ready? Are you guys good? You guys can hear me well? How you doing?
Nice.
I just noticed you guys up there. Sorry, I didn't mean to welcome myself. So welcome. All right, so for our opening remarks, we're gonna start with CYC member Alexa. So give her a great round of applause to Alexa on the stage, all right?
Hello and welcome to Dare to Be You's third annual Youth Inspire Community Day. My name is Alexa and I'm a member of Dare to Be You's Community Youth Council, or as we call it, the CYC. On behalf of Dare to Be You and the CYC, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time to join us in person and virtually today. We are so grateful to share our platform with so many groups and individuals creating positive impact both locally and globally. Kicking off today's event, we are proud to present a special collaboration between Halton and Kenyan youth, thanks to Redbird Therapy's Katana Wema Hope Building Project. With Katana meaning to meet in Swahili, Redbird Therapy's Katana Wema Project is an initiative designed to build connections internationally in support of the Wema Center's mission to rescue, rehabilitate, and reintegrate street-connected children in Kenya. To give you a better understanding of the Wema Center's impact in Kenyan communities, we will now share a short video.
Hello.
Wema Center does outreach and rescue for street children.
I didn't have self-esteem. Here, the life has been so good. It has made me to know who I am, to make up my dreams.
I never give up on the kids. They can be drug addicts, they can be mad, they can be crazy, they can be dirty, they can be rude. But work with them, give them some love, and voila, they change.
Love is all the children need.
It's not too much of a dream to imagine that one day we shall not have street children. I think it's coming.
Love in the world is what the children need.
Yeah.
Can we get Lemma up there? That should be from Brian. Yep. Yes. There they go. Okay, give over here. There we go. Hello.
With a shared mission to support the empowerment of youth, Dare to Be Youth is proud to partner with Katana Wema program for today's event. And we are proud to share that the Wema, our friends from Wema Center are joining us here today virtually. We want to say Memu Poa to all of you and are so glad that you can be here with us. To the audience here at BPIC, please feel free to engage with the kids from Kenya and see the Katana Wema flyer in your bags. Hopefully you are able to meet Barbara John in the info session lobby. And without further ado, let's shift our focus to the screen where we will be watching Wema's performance of Lean On Me.
Okay, go to the nominee song performance from Mama.
Hello, from Mama Center in Kenya. We're so happy to be part of Youth Inspired Community Day. We'd like to share with our friends in Canada a song and a dance. We also want you to visit us. We'll be happy to meet you. So, let's lean on each other and create friendship across the world. Thank you.
In our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrows, but if you arise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when I am strong, I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it should belong to the born and need somebody to lean on me. When I am strong, I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it should belong to the born and need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have things you need to borrow, for no one can see those of your needs that you all mention. Lean on me when I am strong, I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it should belong to the born and need somebody to lean on me. When I am strong, I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it should belong to the born and need somebody to lean on. Kenya, Canada, come together.
Please, Mr. Masaka. Watcha, watcha, watcha. Subiri, subiri kidogo. Watcha, watcha, watcha. Subiri, subiri kidogo. Songa, songa, songa. Songa, songa, songa. Hey, hey, pause. Wiggle. Tembea, ha, tembea, tembea. Kunyuko. Tambula, ha, tambula, tambula. Kunyuko. Watcha, watcha, watcha. Subiri, subiri kidogo. Fungua, ha, fungua, fungua. Kunyuko. Fungua, ha, fungua, fungua. Kunyuko. Sho, sho, sho. Balake. Balake. Aye, aye. Uyo, aye mama, aye. Uyo, aye, aye. Uyo, aye mama, aye. Uyo. Pita pite, pita pite, pita pite. Aju.
event, youth from the WEMA Center have been working with youth from Art House at Halton to create a performance that crosses international borders and symbolizes youth coming together across the world to create a positive impact. Performing a special rendition of the class hit, Lean On Me, we present to you a special performance from the youth from WEMA Kenya and Art House Halton.
Just roll the Art House video, please.
It all started because there was such a void in Halton. So many vulnerable kids who had no chance to experience an arts program that just might change the way they think. To see that pathway to possibility, because that's what the arts can do. So many young people who have faced instability, heartbreaks, and barriers to positive mental health. All we've ever wanted to do is show them that there is a way forward, a chance to dream and to set goals. The arts can awaken and energize the mind. They can enhance creativity and build confidence. Those critical tools can provide a launching pad that can propel our young people beyond graduation and into a 21st century that is full of new opportunities. Skilled trades, apprenticeships, or a degree. Most importantly, they can lead to careers that they can be passionate about for the rest of their lives. The arts make us better listeners and greater learners. They can promote inclusivity, helping us to understand our similarities and celebrate our differences. Art House is in this for keeps, staying connected every step of the way.
friend. Need a friend on a cell phone. If there's a load you have to bear, if you need a friend, if you need a friend, call me. If you need a friend, call me.
Thank you to everyone from Kutana Wima and Art House Halton who made that amazing performance possible. It is really inspiring to watch youth come together from across the world to advocate for a better world. Before kicking off the rest of today's event, I'd like to take a moment to offer a land acknowledgement. As we convene today, both in person and virtually, we do this in different locations across the region. Today, this gathering is being convened on the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and the traditional territory of many nations, including the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat peoples, and is also home now to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. At Dare to Be Youth Charity, we are proud to promote the spirit of helping, sharing, and caring for our neighbors without the expectation that has been exemplified by each of these nations as the first peoples of this land for thousands of years. And we wish to acknowledge our gratitude for the ongoing opportunity to live, work, and build community on this land. We all have a collective responsibility to care for each other, to care for these lands, and it is past time to turn reflection into action. And we challenge ourselves and everyone joining us here to commit to at least one tangible next step to move this work forward. Next, I would like to introduce the young leaders behind today's event, DWY's Community Youth Council.
Hey, my name is Grace. I'm 16 years old, and I'm so glad to be part of this year's CYC Council. I hope to make an impact one day by encouraging the youth to take part in leadership activities, because it all helps make a difference.
Hello, my name is Aisha. I am 15 years old, and I'm thrilled to be part of CYC this year. One day in the future, I hope to create meaningful and impactful change by local and global communities through joining humanitarian aid organizations. As a career or at least volunteering, I look forward to what I can achieve through this organization.
Hi, my name is Ayan, and I'm 17 years old. I hope to make an impact in the community by encouraging the youth to stand up for what they're passionate about and use their resources to push for change so that they can see the impact that their voice has in the community.
Hi everyone, my name is Rachel. I'm 15 years old and I hope to make a positive impact on my community one day by supporting and creating organizations that empower people to advocate for themselves and what they believe in.
Hi, my name is Zaiba Jaffer and I'm 17 years old. I hope to one day create a positive impact in the fight against climate change. I want to do so by advancing renewable energy and the technical aspect across the world in my future career.
Hi, I'm Ellis, and I'm a 15-year-old Grayton student currently attending Eureka Ridge High School. I look forward to making an impact one day by connecting with like-minded individuals and also participating in amazing youth councils like the CYC, where I'm able to make a profound and long-lasting impact in my community.
Hi, my name is Arham and I am a CYC member. I'm 18 years old and I live in Milton, Ontario. I hope to make an impact in my community one day, and specifically within the healthcare community, because that's where my career pathway is. So I hope I'm able to make a difference in the healthcare community that actually makes an impact to other people.
Hi, my name is Fatma and I'm 16 years old. I hope to make an impact one day by creating a non-profit or charitable organization in Pakistan, specifically for underprivileged women who don't get the same opportunities as men do in STEM.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexa Fairfield and I'm 19 years old. I aim to make an impact one day by being able to address current world issues and sources of corruption, whilst being able to speak on behalf of those who may not have the capabilities to do so. I want to be able to give back to my community and perform charity work for those in need.
Hi there, my name is Anshira and I'm 15 years old.
I hope to make an impact one day by becoming a physician so I can be a role model and inspire others around me, and of course to fulfill my dream of helping others.
Hi, my name is Ishan and I'm 17. I hope to make an impact one day by promoting UN SDGs and implementing them into future projects and innovations.
Hi, my name is Cassia. I am 20 years old, and one day I hope to make an impact by helping others. Specifically, I hope to be a pediatrician to really make an impact on kids and help them on their health journeys.
Hi, my name is Martina Trella. I'm 18 years old, and I hope to make an impact in the world one day by helping others heal from intergenerational trauma by becoming a psychologist.
Thank you to our lovely CYC team for putting that video together and sharing a little bit about themselves for everyone attending today. Next, it is my honor to introduce Chief R. Stacy Laforme to say a few words. R. Stacy Laforme is the elected chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, also known as MCFN. Born and raised on MCFN, Chief Laforme has served his community for over 25 years, not only as a chief, but as a notable storyteller, poet, and best-selling author. Chief Laforme is an inspirational speaker who believes we have an obligation to address social change through the arts and spoken word. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Chief R. Stacy Laforme.
So normally I have a driver, and when I go to events, I write my speeches on the way to the event. I drove myself today, so it might be a little iffy. But I was inspired by the video I saw and the work that's been done here. You know, when we think of our Mother the Earth, we think of this huge planet full of resources and endless, space. But if you really think about it, in the confines of the galaxy or the universe, we're tiny. And the fact that we see the oceans as a great distance to travel to go visit somebody across the waters, it's not. These people are our neighbors. They're actually our family. And until we start realizing that as a world, we're going to keep getting it wrong. So thank you for doing your part in making sure that people understand that this world is not just a community, it is a family, and people need to start thinking that way. Forgot to introduce myself. Ani, Bazu, Nagani, Anishinabek, Nini, Stace Laforme, Disnakas, Credit Dunjaba, Mainga Doden, Mississauga, Anishinaabe Dow, Gima, Stacy Laforme, just told you where I'm from, what my clan is, what my Anishinaabe name is, how much I paid for this shirt, why I'm wearing red boots. No, I didn't tell you all that, but what do you think of this shirt? Can I show you? Yeah, that's usually the response I get when I'm leaving the room. but I wear this shirt for a number of reasons. For one, and it says, this is part of our culture and we're still here. For another, most of my ribbon shirts have flowers on them, and that gives me the opportunity to talk about our Mother the Earth and our connection to the Earth and why we should take care of her. So I wear ribbon shirts all the time, and some are fancy. This one's just a Sunday shirt, but I have some fancy ones. And I was in Toronto. I should make it more appropriate. I was in Toronto, but we'll say I was here. I was here one day in a store, and a man came up to me and he goes, "That's a nice shirt." I said, "Thank you." He went on to say, "It takes a special kind of man to wear a shirt like that." So I chuckled and said, "Thank you." But it reminded me that when I was young, I'd have been too afraid to dress like this, too afraid of what others would say, or what I thought they would say. But the truth is, we should never have to change to fit into society. The world around us should adapt to embrace our uniqueness, and we need to always remember that, not just as youth, but as young at heart as well. Now, I'm going to read you a poem. I remember, I'll just read it really quick. I'm old now, so I get to tell stories before I do things. I was in grade 8, and the teacher came in, she goes, all right, we're gonna do poetry. And I, like most other guys in the class, went, oh, I don't want to do that. Anyway, so we wrote the poem, and I can't remember what it was about now, but I was like, wow, that's good. Patted myself on the back, and then the teacher read it to the class, and she goes, isn't that just beautiful? But the teacher didn't talk to me, and she made a little change here and a little change there, probably just fixing my grammar and stuff. But to me, that was impactful. Because she didn't talk to me, I never wrote another poem till I was 29 years old. So I tell people that even if your intentions are good, if you're not communicating, the message you're sending could be the opposite of your intent. So that's important. So now I'll read you this poem. It's called, Who Am I? Who am I and where do I belong? It is a question that all seek to answer. Some people try and tell you who you are or who you are not. They will tell you that you do or do not belong. Never listen to them, for who you are is always here in your breast where your spirit lives. Your heart and spirit remember, even if your mind forgets. We may lose our way. We may need to seek others to help guide us. But inside, sometimes deep inside, there is the answer. It sometimes takes language or culture to guide us. It sometimes takes sport or learning, for there is no one way. Yet once we understand and come to realize who we are, we come to understand that we belong anywhere and everywhere. Never let another determine who you are or tell you where you belong. You know your worth, your value. You were dreamed in the mind of the Creator. The Creator dreamed of the most beautiful creature he could imagine. And then he made you. You know this. Your mind just needs to listen to your heart and remember who you are and where you belong. Everywhere. Now, you don't have to applaud, but I'm going to wait till you do, so. Sorry. There's a lesson there that many times people will tell you that you do or do not belong, or who you are, or who they think you are. And if you let them do that, that's on you, not on them, because this is who you are. So I just had a couple things I jotted down in the car on the stoplights. I'm just kidding. So I'm glad you're here. We need moments like this with good energy and the spirit of unity. It's a challenging and scary time in our world, and the world needs us. She may not know it, but she does. Too many times all we hear in the world is loud and angry voices talking about divisiveness and what makes us different. We need to ensure there's another voice, one that speaks of inclusiveness, peace, love, and belonging. We need each other. And we need to do more of this, more of coming together and more of giving the youth a voice. And, we should do this a lot more often. And now I'm supposed to do this quickly, so I wanted to read you one more poem, if I could. I'm going to anyway, so sorry. It's called A Little Bit of Hope. Tragedies are a part of our life. They change us, but they do not define us. Our journey continues with the gifts we have been given and with the trials we have faced. We move forward. That's humanity. We don't always do it smiling and laughing. Sometimes we do it cowering or crying, but we do it. The world may crumble around us, but we will always try. We will always have hope. It's in our DNA. We may stutter and stall, yet we find a way. Push, pull, find a hill, or ask for help. We move forward. We all need inspiration at times. It's not hard to find. Just breathe deep and remember your family, your friends, the children, the ancestors who never gave up. Even if it appears hopeless, we do not quit. So that was the end of a poem. You have to, you don't have to applaud, I'm sorry. So I know I'm probably over my time, but I wanted to say one more thing, and no more poetry, I promise. When we talk about reconciliation, we don't just talk about reconciliation with the indigenous people, or I certainly don't. There are so many other parts of this society who are marginalized, who've been through so much, and we cannot forget that we are all in this together. The quickest way to divide us is to say, I'm going to just focus on the Indigenous people for a while, I'll get around to you later. That does not work. So we are allies, and we must remain allies no matter what. Now, when you talk about reconciliation in its purest sense, we're talking about understanding the world around us and our place within it. So from now on, when you think of climate change, don't think of climate change as a problem to be solved. Think instead of Mother Earth as a soul to be saved. If we can do that, we can do anything. Miigwech, which means thank you, and we have no word for goodbye in our language, so we say Bama Pi Makwagman, which means I'll see you again later. Miigwech.
On behalf of CYC and DTBY, we would like to thank you for sharing such an amazing and impactful message with us. As a community, we still have a long way to go in terms of reconciliation and healing. But as we navigate through this process, it's essential for everyone here tonight to do their part by continuing to educate themselves on Indigenous cultures, issues, as well as amplifying Indigenous voices. As a thank you, we would like to give you this gift as a token of our appreciation for your time today and making an impact in the community. Next, I have the pleasure of presenting our keynote speaker for today, Jackie Boyle. While completing her Bachelor of Sciences, Jackie was a proud Queens Gael, played on the varsity volleyball team. In 2020, she made the transition to track cycling through RBC Training Ground and started a 3-year journey towards a much bigger goal. After navigating through the pandemic and many illnesses and injuries later, Jackie is officially competing at the sport's highest level and training with hopes of competing in Paris for the 2024 Summer Olympics. Today, we have the opportunity to sit down with Jackie for an impactful conversation facilitated by last year's keynote speaker, 3-time Olympian and CYC mentor, Miranda Aim. Please join me in welcoming Jackie and Miranda.
Growing up, my idea was to play pro soccer, but I had yet to find my true calling until I found it here at RBC Training Ground. They saw my potential and pushed me beyond my limits. RBC Training Ground finds and funds young Canadian athletes with Olympic potential. That was their idea, and my time has come.
Ooh, what
that just got my adrenaline going.
What a promo video. How are you guys doing today? Woo! A hyped crowd, amazing. Well, we are really happy to be here today. I'm so pleased to be able to chat with Jackie today. I know you guys are gonna enjoy her story, and you already got a bit of a piece of it with the video that you just saw, a glimpse into RBC Training Ground. Now, Jackie, I know RBC Training Ground is such a big part of your story. Can you share a little bit how you got introduced to it and where it took you?
First of all, that was my housemate and teammate on the video, not myself. So growing up, if we go backtrack a little bit, I played a whole array of sports growing up: hockey, volleyball, track and field. Wasn't much of a distance runner or any endurance sports. And I played varsity volleyball at Queens. So I went to university, I took life sciences, and I actually walked on to the Queens volleyball team. Wasn't good enough to be recruited. And so I walked my way onto the team. I played 4 years of volleyball at Queens, and then RBC Training Ground just happened to come to the facility at my university. And so I went in for practice one day. It turns out our practice was canceled that day for RBC Training Ground to come in. And has anybody heard about RBC Training Ground? If you put up your hand? Yeah, okay. So basically it's like a talent identification program. They'll test athletes 14 to 25. I'm just past the cusp to go again, but in all sorts of speed, agility, strength, power. And if you do well, you could be transferred either to the sport that you're already in or a different sport. And so I went in as a volleyball player. My legs were half the size they are now, and I transferred over to track cycling just after university. So without RBC Training Ground, I wouldn't be my childhood dream of going to the Olympics, which I thought would be in volleyball or hockey or one of the sports I did growing up. Completely 180 now into track cycling, training next year for Paris. And so without that small change and that small opportunity that RBC gave me, and that door that was open, just as they were saying prior, when one door opens, another one closes, that door opened for me, and now I'm training in a sport for the Olympics that I would have never thought about 5 years ago.
Wow, amazing. I think that's going to be a bit of a theme for today, with all the doors opening and closing and making decisions and not being discouraged when something doesn't go your way because there's something else right around the corner. And for you, it was cycling. Now, a lot of us, I'm sure, perhaps know how to ride a bike, or at least know how to fall off of a bike, but not all of us know about the world of track cycling. So give us a little cycling 101, break it down. What are the events that you do? Because you do both a team one and an individual one. Tell us all about it.
Has anybody heard of track cycling at all? Really? Oh my God, this is a shock. Okay, so when I joined, I had no clue. So here's my little 101 spiel of what I did. So you're on a track, 250 meters around the track on a 45 or 42 to 45 degree angle, and your bike has no brakes and one gear. So if you want to stop, obviously there's no brake, you have to kind of backpedal. And the competition or the events that I do, we go upwards of 75 kilometers an hour on a bike with no brakes. So it's a little bit different from when I was 4 or 5 riding a bike. And so my event, I'm in the sprint. I have a team sprint event, which there's 3 girls. We each do 1 lap, and as each girl does 1 lap, she pulls off until the next one goes. And so I'm the anchor of that team sprint. I do the P3 position, and we just got back from Pan American Games and came 3rd and got bronze there. And then, that's very cool, yeah. And then the next event that I do is called the Kieran. And I don't know if anyone's ever seen it, but it'd be really cool. Just Google it after. It's 6 people. You're behind a motorcycle, and the motorcycle's on the track, and it'll bring those 6 people up to a speed of 55 kilometers an hour, and then it drops you off at that speed. And as soon as the motorcycle pulls off, it's a drag race for 3 laps against those 6 people, first one to cross. And so what's beneficial about that is you're already up to speed. I'm a big gal, and so getting up to that speed and then having to hold it, we reach speeds of 75K an hour at the end of it. So it's a very interesting race, very exciting. After I won bronze at Pan Am's, I did that event the next day. I crashed. There's a little black eye remnants from last week. So there's a lot of tactics involved, and the speed can, if you're an adrenaline junkie like me, it's amazing.
It's just a whole different world. It's so interesting, the world of sport, because sometimes we think, I'm an Olympian, you're an Olympian, but our worlds are completely different. And your sport is actually quite dangerous. Like you said, you have no brakes, you have 1 gear, there's no way to slow down. You just basically drift until you slow down, or you crash like you did there. And she kind of underplayed the crash that happened. She has more than a black eye. What were your actual injuries coming out of Pan Am?
So this was last week. I broke my nose, my cheekbone, and then thank goodness I'm wearing pants and it's cold out. But the whole side of my right body is like road rash right now. There's a lot of highs. Like I was just saying, I won bronze the day before, super high, was getting interviewed. Next day, my face basically hit the track at 70K an hour, face plant. And so managing both of those in the exact same event within 24 hours, I think it just alludes to athletes and what they can do.
Yeah, it speaks a lot to bouncing back after something doesn't go well. Like you said, you had the physically bouncing back off the track. Yeah, exactly. But like you went off the high of winning a gold, being happy with your team event and accomplishing something big there, and then perhaps falling short of what would have been your individual goal. How do you bounce back from that setback? What do you use in those spaces where you're maybe not happy with your performance? It doesn't go as planned. How do you build resilience in that space?
I think, so when I won bronze, my immediate like mindset was the next day of the event, so I really didn't celebrate at all. When I rebounded off the track, my outlook on injury and everything is no matter if the experience, whether it's good or bad, it'll make you a more resilient athlete and just person in life. And when you finally get to that goal of, let's say, the Olympics or whatever anybody here wants to do, it doesn't have to be in sport, it makes that final success that much sweeter, because like you know you've put all your blood, sweat, tears, face print, whatever you want to call it, into it, and you've worked so hard. So anytime I have a setback like this, which there's been plenty in my life, and I'm sure all of you have had a lot of setbacks throughout high school, it just makes you that much more resilient and that much more determined if you care about what you're doing. And when I hopefully do make it to the Paris Olympics, I've enjoyed the journey. Any injury or anything that you have, it could be anything, any setback, instead of dwelling in it, I just say this experience has taught me a lesson. I'll grow from it and enjoy the journey. Don't just enjoy the end goal of whatever you've set. Obviously, I can laugh about it now that my nose was broken last week, just because I know I'll be stronger. Physically, my nose will be stronger, and mentally, I know that I can get through anything that's remotely close to that.
I think that's such an important thing to remember, to really be in the moment, enjoy the process, because you know all of those important lessons are being learned in those moments that will ultimately come to fruition or help you realize your goals, which is the next one on the docket is Paris 2024 Olympics that are coming up real quick. We know
9 months, baby.
Does that make you nervous knowing that it's that quick? Yeah, exactly. No, but it's really exciting. And I know you also alluded to moving through those setbacks. I know you have gone through some ups and downs, especially even through COVID. I know a lot of us, it was quite a trying period. There was a lot of isolation, a lot going on, a lot of uncertainty. All of us were moving through that. Was there an instance in particular that you had to move through in that space, and tell us a little bit about that?
Mm-hmm. So most of you are in grade 10, 11, a little bit younger, a little bit older. Okay. So when COVID first hit 2019, I was just graduating university. I know I'm old, but I went from graduating university to not knowing anything about what I was going to do. I'd gotten the call for track cycling, but I had to train my butt off in order to make the national team. And so COVID hit, the whole facility shut down to everyone except for the Olympians. And so I was forced to make a decision if I wanted to train in the basement of my parents' house every day, trying to get better and trying to get faster so that I could make the National Olympic team, or choose something else that I wanted to do. And so during COVID, during that isolation, I said to myself that this was very important, that it made me happy, that I wanted to be on this journey. And so I trained every day in the basement of my parents' house, lifting weights on the indoor trainer. And then come 2021, I had one chance to make the national team. Our coach gave me one opportunity to make us time standard, which was very nerve-wracking. And I did it. And as I was gonna say, any setbacks that you have, I was there training in the basement of my parents' place, watching all the Olympians get to use the facility. And I could have made excuses as to this is why I'm not there, but I just put my head down. I knew what I wanted to do, what I cared about, what I loved. And that isolation, obviously going through it for 1.5 years was absolutely awful. Every day I had no motivation to do it. But I almost said to myself that this is my goal. And now that I look back on it, I am way more mentally, physically, overall stronger as a person because of that isolation. And I'm sure many of you during COVID had so much isolation. You didn't have intramurals, you didn't have, I don't know what after school programs, nothing like that. But you look back on it now and almost not laugh, but you realize that you are a lot stronger from it because you know that you can go through a period of your life like that and come out on top.
Mm-hmm. Let's dig a little bit deeper on that, because everything is a lot easier and smoother in retrospect, right? Mm-hmm. Hindsight, looking back, you're like, oh, it was tough and we made it through. Mm-hmm. So awesome. Mm-hmm. excellent, and all the lessons that you learn from it as well. But you were training in your parents' basement.
At 21 years old.
At 21 years old, there's no shame in that. But it's a different environment than what you were used to, and you're watching these other Olympians train in the world-class facility, and that makes a big difference where you're training. And this is, again, just logistically and based on the procedures at that time. I'm guessing you had to be carded in order to get into the facility. But take us to the moments when you're like waking up in the morning. Yes, you have this goal in front of you, but like waking up at 6 or 7 in the morning, the goal doesn't speak to you as strongly when you're like, nah, I really just want to lay here, snooze, etc. Were there any strategies that you put in place or anything that you said to yourself to actually get you out of bed and down or on the bike or stepping into the pedals? I don't know the lingo. But bring us down to a granular level, because a lot of us have goals, but sometimes it's hard to even get going and take that first step.
I think the biggest thing that I told myself, and I actually was just talking to a few of you out there before, was I said it like it was a doctor's appointment. If you go to a dentist appointment, everyone hates the dentist until you have fresh, shiny white teeth after. But I set it as almost an appointment, a doctor's appointment in my schedule that I couldn't miss. And I think the level that I see myself at, I gave myself no excuses to that. Whether I delayed it from a 9 a.m. gym session to sometimes I do it at 10 p.m. because that's where I found the sliver of motivation to do it. The day-to-day, I set it completely as a doctor's appointment, that I scheduled it for myself and my future self will be happy for it. I think all of you, obviously I'm alluding to sport more often, but you never regret a workout that you do after the fact. And that's what I always said in my head. The goal of the Olympics and making the Olympic team was so far down the road that you're right, when it was 6 a.m., there's no way I was thinking about that, even 8 a.m. But having that, I will never regret it after the fact, and thinking, this got me through it, but thinking that competitors around the world are doing exactly what I'm telling myself to do. So I need to be doing that or more in order to be at that level. So that's the day-to-day. And then I also, this is a side thing, but I worked at Lululemon. And so in weeks that I did all of my training, I would splurge and purchase myself something from Lululemon, because I was like, this is a treat.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't go for all the guys here, but all the girls who love Lululemon, that's a good way to stay motivated in sport. Is treat yourself.
They're growing the men's section on all sides, so that's a great treat. Getting some rewards at the end is a great motivator. Also, you said as well, looking to what your competitors are doing. Comparison isn't always the greatest motivator, but when you know what other people are doing, it keeps you on your toes and requires you to show up in a way that you couldn't be before. Thanks for sharing some of those strategies, because it's especially those first few moments when you're waking up, I always tell myself, if I can do this for 15 seconds, literally move my body, get up. Once I've done those first 15 seconds, I can do the next 30 seconds, and then I can do the next minute. And by that, I'm already in the flow of what I'm doing. So really, we don't need to think about doing the entire thing. We just need to think about doing the first 15 seconds, and you're good to go.
I agree with that.
Now, today's event is all about making an impact, and we've already heard people from around the world and here in Halton and beyond about what is important to them and how they're wanting to make an impact. Now, in your own sphere, when you think about maybe the legacy you want to leave, or how you want to show up day to day, how do you want to leave your impact?
I think, so when I first started all of this, I think what I thought in my head was, when I was a young girl, I had 2 brothers growing up, and they were who I looked to as role models in sport. And I wouldn't be an athlete without having those role models. And so now that I'm 26 years old, I want to be that role model, not just for young people, maybe mostly female, but any young adult that is in sport that maybe doesn't know the pathway of where they want to get, who to talk to, even just to get in, or if you're already in sport and you want to get to the highest level. I want to be that role model that they can see and speak to. And obviously my pathway from volleyball through RBC Training Ground to track cycling, completely 180. I would have not known in grade 11 or 12 that I'd be hopefully going to Olympics for track cycling. And so I just want to show youth that you can be in sport, meet people. It doesn't matter if you don't know where you're going to take that eventually, but just there's always a pathway for you if you dream big enough, and you can get to those dreams if you, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Inspiring the next generation, showing a path, just being that representation for the next generation and passing it forward. I know a lot of athletes feel a lot of purpose and meaning behind that. And I know you already do that just by the way you show up. I haven't known you for very long, but from what I've seen of you already, you show up really intentionally and thoughtfully and just kill it on the track as well. So I'm so excited for what you're gonna do in Paris and beyond. So thank you so much, Jackie Boyle, for joining us today. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie and Miranda, for letting us join that inspiring conversation. There's so much to take away from your journey to become an Olympian. Clearly, becoming the best at something does not happen overnight and requires a lot of hard work, time, and commitment. Although greatness is not built overnight, everyone must start somewhere. Python's Pit recognizes this by providing an avenue for creative, entrepreneurial high school students to pitch their business concepts to a panel of real business moguls for the chance to win cash prizes and professional mentorship. Today, we are fortunate enough to be joined by David Vanderberg, a past winner of Python's Pit. Before David was the manager of corporate citizenship at Volunteer Canada, a director of Halton Women's Place, an advisory board member of the Compassion Society of Halton, and advisor to the City of Burlington's Housing Task Force, he was a high school student who entered Python's Pit. Please join me in welcoming David to the stage to explain more about Python's Pit and introduce the top winners applicants for this year's competition.
Hello. What's going on, everybody? How are you today? So I want to start this off by, owning up to a few things. I am not an Olympian. I know I don't look like one. I don't train like one. I don't have the same kind of tenacity to be one, but I think there are potentially a couple Olympians in this room today. So really exciting to see so many familiar faces. People up in the top, thanks so much for coming today and supporting everybody. Everyone down here, kudos to you. It's a Sunday, and you're choosing to be here today. So we're really excited. We got $3,000 to give away today. So why don't we give that a round of applause too? So this organization means a lot to me. I got involved probably about 10 years ago. I can't really remember. It feels like forever ago, but I got involved and then I stayed involved. I actually won the competition when I was in high school, and I became really good friends with Python's Pit volunteer executive director Fareen Samji. And Fareen, wherever you are, let's give a huge round of applause to Fareen for maintaining this program and being awesome. This started as a Rotary project. All of the Rotary clubs came together, gave some money, and kickstarted some funds to really promote innovation, entrepreneurship in the community for high school students. And what an incredible idea to come up with. And we watch Dragon's Den at home, we watch Shark Tank. Those people get grilled. Let's be honest. They get absolutely toasted up there. But that's not what this is about. We're about inspiring people to think outside the box, to come up with creative ideas, some really cool solutions to problems. So I'm so thrilled to have 3 high school students with us here today who we're going to get into. I'm going to get into the Pythons. I do want to give a quick shout out to RBC, who have been fantastic partners of this program from the get-go. And I'm actually a future launch scholarship winner myself, so I did want to give that plug as well. So huge shout out to RBC. So the contest is simple. Applicants send in their entry into a video. They have to come up with an idea that they think is going to change the world. And that's what we're here to talk about today. And that's what we've been seeing over the last hour of these fantastic presentations. And I think Lean On Me is going to be in my head for the next year, because we just saw 2 fantastic renditions of that song. So the applicants have met with their volunteer mentors who help them refine their pitches, develop their idea. And, the mentors, also a huge round of applause to the mentors who participated in this project as well. That's valuable time and resources to mentor the students. So let's give them a round. So I'm just going to touch briefly on the impact of this program, the impact it had on me, and why we're kind of here today. And I'm so thrilled for the 3 students that are here. And everyone that's in this room, you better submit an application next year, submit a video. It's really easy. It doesn't have to be the craziest, boldest, and most innovative idea out there. Mine was a coffee app. It was an app that facilitated coffee runs, kind of like the Starbucks app, who does it really, really well now, and I use it frequently. But at the time, it was innovative, and we really had an opportunity. We were here in high school to connect with people that weren't our parents. How can we bounce ideas off of somebody that has experience in the community? And, both of my parents didn't really come from a business background. So to be able to go to mentors in the community and get some sort of feedback around, this is something that I've been thinking of. This is something that I've been sleeping on, and I think it could really do some good. And it really wasn't about us launching this project into the world and becoming CEOs at the ripe age of 16. It was about thinking critically and thinking about finances, thinking about how would we even market something like this? How would we, share it to the world? And all of those questions, and the program itself has been so fantastic. And I'm still very close with a lot of the people that have been involved with it, who I've been fortunate to see today. So that's a little bit about the value of the program. And I hope that, if you soak anything in today, soak about the impact, think about everyone that's here towards a collective goal of a brighter future. And we're all going to get there if we do it together. So I am going to introduce our panel of Pythons. These successful men and women have donated their time, their resources to be with us here today. So please hold your applause to the end. I know it's going to be very hard to do that, but please do. So first up is Andrew Brown. Andrew Brown is an entrepreneur advisor, a speaker, and a lawyer based in Waterdown. For Andrew, entrepreneurism is freedom to make a living that support our own unique values. And he believes that our quality of life goes up when we have purpose and we create a life that promotes what's important in our lives. So it's a beautiful and challenging exercise to be an entrepreneur, and it can help us live the life that we want to live. So thank you so much, Andrew. Next, we have Jen Auberton, who is a senior portfolio manager, wealth advisor with the Auberton Group of RBC Wealth Management and Dominion Securities. We are seeing a theme here with RBC. She loves planning that helps simplify, clarify all things financial, helping families to help them grow their savings tax effectively and provide a transition when paid work ceases, because we all need to retire someday. So she's a psychology major. She's got a strength in math. Her passion is cultivating really long-lasting relationships with her clients. So thank you so much, Jen. Next, we have Joe Apps. Joe is actually a friend of mine. Joe, thanks for coming out today. Stoked to have you here. He's an entrepreneur. He's a tech expert. If anything goes wrong, you call Joe. He'll even come over and hold your hand and tell you a story. He's navigating the complexities of the online world. He's got a background in computer systems tech, software development from Mohawk College. He co-founded a HD Electronics, a highly successful refurbishment business located in downtown Hamilton. And during his time at HD Electronics, he recognized the demand for reliable, top-notch tech support services for businesses, which led him to establish Joe Apps Technology Support, which is touching everything in Burlington, it seems, these days. So thanks so much, Joe. Lastly, rounding out our panel is Leena Sharma Seth. Leena Sharma is a settler in Canada, a child of Hindu and Indian, Punjabi, and Brahmin immigrants. And as the founder of Mending the Chasm, a boutique consultancy working with clients across North America, her team works to advance equity, inclusion, justice, and belonging into businesses, organizations, and communities. So now we can clap. So thank you all so much for being a part of this event today. Like I said earlier, there's no Mr. Wonderful up here. And if you try to pull any of that from Dragon's Den, then we're going to get you out of here, because we all want positive energy and all that kind of fun stuff. So we've got the 3 finalists now, and they're going to come and pitch their big impact idea to the panel and to you. And they're going to have 3 minutes to pitch. And if everyone could give them your full attention, please. They have done a lot of hard work, a lot of prep to be here and to share their really cool and innovative ideas. So keep your devices on silent. You're welcome to cheer the finalists as they approach the stage, cheer them as they head off. Give them all your mojo. It takes a lot of courage to stand up here. So what they did first is they submitted a 1-minute video, and then after selection, they met with their mentors, and they're here to showcase their idea in 3 minutes. So the first contestant today. I'd like to welcome Alice Kim. Alice is a grade 10 student from Iroquois Ridge High School, and her big impact idea is Carb Watch. An easy to use, yeah, please cheer, please cheer. It's an easy to use platform that helps carbohydrate counting across all cultures. Alice has been working with her mentor, Tree Ride, a seasoned entrepreneur and human behavior expert at the Burlington Hypnosis Center. Good luck.
Thank you. I want to start off by just asking you to pick one of these. And you can look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what I've just given the Pythons is just a tiny Monopoly card, and if you look at it, then it says that you've collected some amount of money, right? And this is obviously imaginary because it's Monopoly. But what I want to tell you today is that when or if you ever invest in Carb Watch, what you will get is an actual sum of money because we will make money. So on that basis, I'll start my pitch. Okay. Are you on a low-carb diet? Are you worried about becoming pre-diabetic? Do you want to be healthy because you're kind of worried about eating too many McDonald's last weekend? I've got your back with Carb Watch. Carb Watch is a mobile app that essentially has a massive database with all kinds of different ethnical food menus, right? And this all has their according translations and carb counts, just to make sure that you're able to efficiently and easily manage your carb levels. This can be according to your or your doctor's prescribed carb, how many carbs you want from your daily meal, right? Carb Watch has a huge market. I think what we see here is that a lot of people are becoming interested in a lot of different diets. This could be the Mediterranean diet, the keto diet, even the low sugar, low carb diets. There's a huge market that we can address, and it's expandable. So I think that what we have here is that we have type 1 diabetics, type 2 diabetics, and those who are really interested in bettering themselves in a healthy way. This is the people who we will be addressing as Carb Watch. So what makes us different? I think that there's a few things here. So what we've told you is that there are reliable translations, there are reliable carb analytics that will be in Carb Watch. This differs from everything else that is currently existing in the entire industry, because so far there's only been people, or at least apps, that have had just apps that are limited towards Western foods. But what about families like mine that don't typically speak English at home, who don't typically use or eat Western foods at home? What are we going to do when we need those carb counts, but we can't find them on the web, when we can't find them on the App Store, but we need them in order to survive? That's the pain of the problem that Carb Watch is trying to solve. We want to help the minority who is unable to, as of now, able to access a lot of the foods that they eat in their homes, but they aren't able to see that on the web. We think that that is a great problem that we are solving, and we are so glad that we are here to present to you today. As of now, there are 37.3 million people in the US alone who have diabetes. That's 5.7 million in Canada. So even if just 5% of the Canadian diabetic population used Carb Watch, we would still be able to make profit for a few reasons. So how do we make money, right? We would be making money by having ads on the app where we would be charging per click, right? So it'd be 20 cents per click, because we don't want Carb Watch to be something where it's inaccessible to someone because of their financial limitations. So this would be free. However, we would be making partnerships with a lot of relevant companies. For example, keto food companies like Better Plate, or food shipping companies like HelloFresh. We'd have Dexcom as a partner, or even Omnipod. There's a whole list here that I have. Endless list right here. I have another one in my bag. So that's one thing. But let's think about the worst possible case scenario. That's where people don't use Carb Watch. What do we do then? We have a few solutions. We think that first, we would hire a company where they would be able to get more users who align with our ROI. We'd be able to use social media to promote CarbWatch and promote the app, of course, with its benefits. And we would try to get more partnerships where we can entertain and get more extended following. Reality is, though, people need CarbWatch. Today, like the leading cause of death in the US is obesity, and the 7th cause is diabetes. People get limbs cut off because they can't manage their carbs, because they just keep on, they aren't able to manage or count their carbs. They aren't able to watch them. I think this is the new pandemic that we are facing. And this is the one that I am going to be able to solve with CarbWatch. An investment in CarbWatch is not just for the future. It's for our present, for better health, and for all of us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alice. Okay, so an inclusionary lens to nutrition. So I'm going to throw this one to Lena first. And where's your head at? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you. And just really do want to acknowledge the way you've centered inclusion, even in the design and your idea in terms of, as someone who is from the South Asian community, diabetes has been a part of, my context of my family growing up. And so really appreciating the innovation there in terms of recognizing that. And maybe one thing I've been thinking about as I listen to your pitch, because I think I appreciate the value of just even accessing foods that you don't see on right now. It's always like a guess in other apps. So I think this might be like what I'm eating, and so I appreciate that as well. What are your thoughts around the culture of, if folks aren't really have surrendered even the idea of actively tracking carbs? Because I think about my elders, how they might not be conditioned to do this. I'm curious what your approach is, or what, how is this influencing your thinking of who you'd have to convert to use a tool like this?
So that's a great question. Thank you so much for your kind words. I'd say that with CarbWatch, what I want to start off with is just a very limited market, right? So I want to target those who might be in like their 20s, 30s, or even parents of those who have like diabetic children. I want to target them and tell them this is a resource that they can use. This is your primary source of like carb counting, right? Because maybe they're not from like a typically Western family. Maybe they're like my family from Taiwanese and Korean ethnicity. I think that by getting those people into CarbWatch, making that their primary source or primary app to use in terms of carb counting, that will be much more strategic. When we have a certain amount of people who are hooked onto the app, I really envision expanding it to the actual addressable market that I have told you about.
Amazing. Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Andrew. Andrew, you're an entrepreneur, you're a lawyer. Where's your head at? What do you think about this really cool idea?
Yeah, what I'm thinking is, well, first, Alice, congratulations. This is a fantastic presentation. I love the use of props. That really helps us get engaged with it, so that's important. What I understood from your materials and your presentation is that you have a personal experience with diabetes in your family, and I was curious always about how any potential solutions impact our day-to-day. Because that's how you're going to get off the ground, to actually making a difference and improving people's lives. So I was curious, if your family would have had access to this technology, how would your experience, your family's experience, improve with this tech?
Yeah, thank you so much for asking that question. So where this idea of CarbWatch came from is when a few years ago, my brother got diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And what happens when you have diabetes, for those who don't know, is that you have to like inject insulin, right? So that means you do that because you want to manage your blood sugar level. And in order to do that, or in order to give the correct amount of insulin, you need to count your carbs. But for my family, like I've mentioned, we aren't like a family who typically eats Western foods, even though we do live in Canada. We eat stuff like mantou, duck, doenjangjjigae, stuff like that that isn't like typically Western, that we can't find on the internet, where there's like no carb counts. My parents have been like honestly trying to predict how much like the food that we eat is in carbs so that we can give my brother the amount of insulin that he needs to obviously stay alive. So I think that if we have Carb Watch on the web, on the App Store, on every person's phone, and for my family, I think this would really, really, really be such an amazing resource for us, because now we won't have to just like be dying over how much is this thing that I'm eating, instead of, it's just really an efficient way for us to go about our daily lives.
Thank you.
No, that's great. It seems like there's clearly a niche for something like this out there. I mean, it's clear that this would have helped your family significantly to be able to, manage the diabetes. And so we know that there's a market for this, and you have a really cool, unique selling proposition. So, Joe, any other questions, around kind of just the product itself, the marketability, anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a fantastic product. It's really hitting on something that's really important, and kind of my advice or something to look into. Obviously, I keep hearing you say app, so I'm going to assume that you have an app coming and stuff like that. Outside of that, though, is insurance companies and spending so much on diabetes every year, right? Getting in and partnering with them for this app and really being able to extend that through there might be a great avenue to look at, because that's really kind of what you're targeting. Insurance pays a lot out to diabetes claims and stuff every year, and we've seen in the States the price of insulin skyrocket, right? So it's a very important thing to have, and that would just some general advice. I might track down that and see if that works through there.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. And I'm gonna
for the feedback.
I'm gonna throw it to Jen. So Jen, wrap it up here. Do we have a question, a thought, some suggestions, any feedback, or where's your head at?
Oh, wow. Ellis, that was great. I give you props for being up here. It's not easy. And yeah, I guess when listening to everyone's sort of feedback and questions, I guess on sort of piggybacking onto Joe's comment about insurance companies and actually like taking it even into like corporations from a workplace wellness perspective and using that as a way in, because, it's another way to reach people. And I think, you want to get people onto the product and onto the app, right? And so you need as many people, and it's all about sort of spreading word of mouth and keep spreading the word, I think is what you need to do, and then continuing to add foods. I think it will be great. Awesome. Well done.
Thank you.
Awesome. So let's give it up for Alice. What a great idea. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for presenting. We've got 2 more fantastic finalists, and I'm going to be able to introduce one of them now. So our second finalist is Isha Anan. She is a grade 10 student from Abbey Park High School. She is here to talk about Revive, an insulated tote bag made from recycled materials. And her mentor was Anne-Marie Burton, the owner of Left Turn Strategy, a boutique marketing agency. And we've got more props.
All right. Climate change has taken the world by storm, literally. Did you know that Canadians produce over 3 million tons of plastic a year? We're often told about the damaging effects on what and what not to do. But in reality, this solution relies solely on innovation. Hello, Pythons. My name is Isha, and I would like to introduce to you the Revive Carry-On. My product addresses 2 fundamental problems in the food industry. One, many meat and produce companies can't keep their products cold and fresh for a prolonged period of time, while also from the source straight to their customer's doorstep. And 2, their ability to reduce a significant carbon footprint while doing so. Here is a Revive Carry-On. It is a patent-pending, insulating, reusable tote bag made out of recycled materials like plastics and styrofoam. It's for commercial use and can insulate for up to 12 hours, ensuring customers receive their products with integrity and safety. Feel free to pass it around. All right, so around 2 a.m. yesterday night, I put a bag of ice in this, and I have not checked it since then. Let's see how it's doing. As you can see, it's still completely frozen, showing exactly what my product can do. One bag can reduce 49 kilograms of CO2, which is the same amount of CO2 emitted taking your car from Oakville all the way to Ottawa. 10 bags can reduce the same amount of CO2 emitted from taking a trip to Florida and back. I'm happy to share that I've landed my first sale with The Butcher Shop, a $200 million company, and I'm already en route to fulfilling that order. Additionally, I'm currently finalizing my deal with the Loblaws Group, who's agreed to promote, spread awareness, and support my business. Currently, my total addressable market is over 6,000 customers in Ontario alone, with a sale potential of over 1 million bags in Ontario. And my immediate sales potential is to produce 1,000 bags to the butcher shop annually. Currently, one bag is priced at $6.25 with a gross margin of 36%. As my company starts to grow and evolve, both of these will increase with the sales margin and everything of that sort. With your help, Pythons, I hope to invest back into my company and scale up, accelerating the amount of GHG saved. So what do you say, Pythons? Are you ready to invest in this company?
Okay, what a fantastic pitch. And I'm not sure, this might be the first time we've heard the words gross margins said on Python's Pit, but I'm all for it. So I'm going to throw this one to Jen. Jen, can you start us off and give us your thoughts?
Sure. Well done. That was great. Love the props. It's always great to see the product and touch and feel it, I think, for sure. And great that you've been able to sort of secure some deals already, which is amazing. In terms of the plastics used in the product, like what kind of plastics is that? Like, is there, like, I'm not sure I understand sort of how it comes to be in terms of the production.
Right, so this type of plastic are soft plastics. So you see that in like the product and the retail industry, how most of their stuff gets wrapped in plastic. We actually take that plastic, process it, like clean it, and put it in our bags.
Awesome, thanks.
Joe?
Thank you so much. First off, great pitch, and those are two crazy, wonderful companies that you're involved in, that's for sure. Loblaws does amazing things, and the Butcher Company is a great shop that's been serving Ontario for years and years and years. So congratulations, first off, going and speaking to them. I think that's fabulous. I think you're really dealing with a huge product issue that we have right here, right? I've had DoorDash to my door so often that it's cold by the time it gets there. I don't want to eat my food anymore. I'm a huge HelloFresh Factor, all of that kind of stuff. I'm an entrepreneur, so unfortunately, cooking isn't really in my wheelhouse to do, right? So you're definitely hitting that on the head. My kind of big question to you is, with all these numbers and them breaking down, do you see any increase in gross margin when you have to kind of tackle customer acquisition or anything like that?
Right, so for gross margin, right, as you know, it's still only 1/3 of what it can actually be. So right now, our supply chain is not at its full potential. So once we start to increase, get more force, and, expand, like, internationally, I feel like that our gross margin will increase significantly, along with our efficiencies.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to throw it over to Lena. Lena, you're smiling, so you have some good thoughts up there.
And I love that the word supply chain came up, because one of the things I was curious about, and maybe this is a two-part question, is like, where are the bags made?
Right, so there's a two-part system to this. Half of it is made in like my house in India with like all my grandparents and everything, and then it's shipped here where I finish up the product.
Amazing. I was just curious about, and congratulations on the success you've experienced so far, and fabulous pitch. And then I guess where my mind went was, of course, there's an environmental impact. And then what are the opportunities for like a social procurement approach to even kind of adding more impact around how can the vendors and the suppliers you're using support community locally? So that's just, maybe it's kind of an advice piece, not necessarily a question, but just seeing how you can kind of deepen that impact is kind of where my mind went. So.
Mm-hmm. So the best way that they can do this is, one, supporting our company. Once they get involved, we're actually going out and taking these plastics from local companies and local, like organizations and such. So once they actually start investing and start, buying more products, it's almost going to be like a closed loop where they like buy more products, which is going to actually help the environment and help, their like local surroundings. So.
All right, Andrew, round us off here.
So Isha, super impressive. Being in front of us as fake investors, you've already got this nailed if you're already getting in front of real folks and pushing products. So way to go to be able to get out there and show that. This clearly means something to you. What you have described, right, is a business-to-business product. And what that's going to require for you is to convince other businesses to change the way that they're doing things presently, to adopt something new. You have been motivated to make a change. How are you going to motivate other companies to pick up the product? How are you going to convince them that this is important for their business?
Right. So as of now, many companies who are in this industry are already facing this problem. They're not able to have enough insulation for their equipment right now, and they actually want to make an environmental change. This product solves both those concerns for them. And I feel like if they start to adapt to this, so take the butcher shop, for example. They currently use boxes to carry their meat, and that's worked for them for, I think, 50 years. Integrating into this new idea is something that they haven't heard of yet. But once they do, they'll see so many more benefits and actually an improvement in costs as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Cool. So let's give it up. What a great idea. You know, there is a movement of CSR. There's a movement of social impact. This is doing that. This is really making a change in the world. So what a fantastic idea. We've got our last presenter now. Let's give it up for Elena Skirtu. She is a grade 10 student from Burlington Central, and she's going to present her big impact idea called Youth Chefs International. Her mentor was Yodi Vabla, and a seasoned mentor with Python Spit and an entrepreneur of positive accounting. Good luck.
Pythons. I'm sure you've come across the Food Network sometime or another, and I've seen the extraordinary accomplishments of young chefs alike. I remember how I felt seeing someone my age making such achievements. But it was only as my cooking proficiency progressed that I was able to come to the conclusion that youth seeking to display and develop their cooking skills lack the empowerment, support, and opportunities to do so. As such, millions of Canadian youth do not have the basic skills to cook a few simple meals on their own. A statistic I'm dedicated to change. My name's Elena, and my initiative, Youth Chefs International, is a platform where all youth are supported and empowered to post original recipes, host cooking sessions, and tips. Skilled youth chefs will be able to take on the role of youth chef volunteer, where they will be empowered to post original recipes, tips, and host both on-demand and live cooking sessions. Beginners will be able to access our free or premium resources, which at an affordable fee of $1.99 a month include a membership for live cooking sessions, as well as individualized learning plans. Furthermore, youth will be able to connect with one another through the review sections of uploaded content. To effectively advertise our program to youth, we will leverage the motivating effects of a work and reward system by providing incentives, such as volunteer hours and draws for prizes for the work of volunteers. To do this, youth will simply log on to our platform and upload any submissions that they may have. Once it goes through, they will receive credits according, which they can then use on our incentive program. This is similar to the way that My Blueprint, an education planning platform, operates, where they positively reinforce achievements in high school with prizes. This creates a market advantage for us, as not only are there few platforms like us out there, but we directly cater to our target market through a motivation factor. When I win the prize money, I will immediately allocate it to bringing our beta website to market. From there, I will focus on gaining a volunteer and client base first on a grassroots level by advertising to through schools, as they are both cost-effective and youth-dense. From there, once we have gained sufficient capital and a tangible consumer base, we will officially launch our fully functional platform and open discussions with potential sponsors and partners to further expand. With this, I'm certain that Youth Chefs International will gain traction quickly and grow to impact youth all around the world. So what do you say, Pythons? Will you join me in giving youth the opportunity to take on head chef and inspire a generation of future culinary experts?
What a pitch. That was fantastic. Elena, you know, not only is this a pitch that is something that would be super cool to do and take part of, you know, I kind of wish that I was young enough to be on this platform, honestly. But, you know, it's a social impact initiative as well, right? You know, it's food security. It's about teaching young people to cook and feel empowered in the kitchen to make good, healthy, nutritious meals. And, you know, having nutrition in your life is so important for school and excelling there. So it's so layered in that sense. So I love this idea. I'm going to throw one of the comments that I heard was around technology piece. So I'm going to throw it to Joe first. And Joe, do you have any thoughts, questions, pieces of advice regarding the tech component of this venture?
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know how far you've gone in the tech components, but I would look into something called LMS systems, so learning management systems. That's going to be a great underlying tool to kind of run your technology and boost forward with it. And I also don't know if you've heard of a place called Hull Tech, a tech place in Burlington here. They would be absolutely great resources to link up with. So I'd be happy to provide those after, but there's a lot of technology behind it, a lot to build, but with that passion and determination, you'll get there easily. But yeah, I strongly suggest looking at learning management systems to kind of have that backbone to build off of and save yourself time and resources.
Yeah, what a great piece of advice. You guys should definitely connect information afterwards, and that's what this is all about. Andrew, any thoughts?
Yeah, Elena, it's, first of all, I love the idea. I'll be transparent. Cooking is very important to me in my life. It's actually one of the greatest pieces of financial advice, mind you, Jen is the financial advisor, I'm a lawyer, but the greatest piece of financial advice that I share with young people is learn to cook. Food is expensive, and you could do a lot by being able to cook for yourself, cook good food for yourself, and know how to make as many good things that you enjoy and making your dollar stretch. It's an excellent way to do that because it ain't getting cheaper. I'm curious to you that it's obviously important to you. It's a huge part of my life. However, how is this going to be sustainable? It's great to be able to put this out there and provide the access to it, but it has to make money in order to be sustainable and not just use up a bunch of investor money. How do you intend to make it sustainable?
Yep, so that's where our $199 a month premium service comes in, where individuals can pay for that, and they have access to live cooking sessions and individualized learning plans, which is very important to some people, especially to be almost face-to-face with other youth. So I think that will provide an excellent opportunity to gain revenue. And I think talking about from a client perspective and volunteer perspective, I think this is really where our incentives play a part. I think it's so important to provide incentives because it will motivate you to, go out of their comfort zone and maybe learn how to cook, and so they can earn these incentives.
Awesome. Jen, what do you think?
Elena, great. I've been looking for something like this for a long time. I have 2 children myself, and I want them and inspire them to learn to cook. And it's been tough to find options. And as Andrew pointed out, food's expensive, and food waste is money lost and wasted. So having something, a facility to do that. But I guess one of the questions that pops into my head is that there's so many, with TikTok and Instagram and all these other avenues, how do you get people, drive them to stay on the site? Or, at some point they learn their basic skills, and then do they graduate? They may not need the service. So how do you kind of address that they may not be there forever, and so then you gotta constantly find new subscribers, essentially?
Well, what we're planning to do is kind of maintain a constant consumer base because our recipes are evolving. There's more and more all the time. People will always be attracted to check those out. And if you've ever seen Masterclass, they're very successful. And their main approach is to provide on-demand lessons, which is something that we provide. And so I think that will bring youth back and keep them on our platform.
Awesome, thanks. I also thought you could also run some case studies with some kids now to get them into the, use that as a sort of stepping point for getting them into the program or onto the subscription and sort of onto the website, because going through schools and or coordinating with your other counterparts, because they all seem to have a food sort of tie-in somehow. So anyways, I just thought that was great. Well done.
Thank you.
100%. So Lena, run us off here.
Yeah, and I have a comment and I have a question. So as I was listening to your pitch, great job, and I see the vision behind it. And I think the comment for me is around the opportunity to build community, because I think that's a piece and an angle to really potentially set yourself apart from other platforms, where how can that be centered a little bit more? Because I think all of us are looking for communities that, especially across our interests. So for youth who really love this, to have other youth to maybe you collaborate on creating recipes or whatever, competitions. But that was one comment that I was thinking about. And then the other piece is as a parent as well, and I'd say, admittedly, I'm the molasses in the process of teaching my children, because as a busy entrepreneur, I've had less and less time. I feel like there's an opportunity to engage parents a little bit more in this as well, right? Because we'd be the ones who'd be buying, I mean, I don't know what age window you were thinking of, but like, I would have to buy the ingredients, give them the supplies, access to the kitchen. So I'm just curious, and again, you might not have the answer now, but thinking about the role of parents in helping, because I'd probably say yes before my kids maybe, right? So if I've said yes, they're probably like, yes. So just thinking about that avenue as well.
Yeah.
You can answer if you have anything, yeah.
Yeah, so about that, I think, yeah, that's a very great idea to get parents in the kitchen too and kind of make this a collaborative approach between youth and their parents. And I think maybe to add to that, we could always, with recipes, include kind of like a cart, so parents can easily see what they need to buy for their kids, so that they can make these recipes, and yeah.
Awesome. Let's give it a round of applause. Thank you so much. So I'm going to actually do a quick challenge here. So everyone that's in the lower bowl here today, next week, you have to cook one meal at home, okay? Everyone's got to do it. Find a recipe, cook something. There we go. All the parents everyone up there should be applauding. Yep. So if you have a big impact idea that you think can change the world, then apply for Python Spit next year. It'd be fantastic to see everyone here, think about something. It doesn't have to be, like I said, the biggest and the greatest idea. It can be something that just really makes life a little bit easier and makes, solves a problem or, just really improves the world. So if the top 10 of all successful applicants get assigned a mentor, you get to learn, develop your idea with seasoned professionals and be exposed to a really great network. I can vouch for it. So for their incredible effort and all the work that they put into this, each of the 3 presenters you heard today are going to get a check for $1,000. So that's a huge, huge benefit. And, it's something that we've talked about at Python Spit for a long time, is really making sure that, this is no strings attached. This doesn't have to go directly into R&D for the product. It doesn't have to go into marketing and sales. We're trusting that you know what's best for you and that you can use the money how you please. So it's a great incentive to be a part of this program. It's a huge thank you for them to, take the time to spend the time with their mentors and to really refine their idea. So I also want to recognize the hard work of some of the runner-ups who got a chance to work with their mentors as well. Congratulations to Inshira Mohammed, who's a grade 10 student at Burlington Central, and Ziva Jafar, a grade 10 student at Milton District, for doing so well. The two of them, as well the 3 finalists you heard today, are going to receive a package of 5 group coaching sessions on leadership and inclusivity from one of our Pythons, Lena Sharma-Seth. So let's give it up for her. That's an incredible opportunity to create young leaders, Lena. So thank you so much for spearheading that. So I'm just going to throw it back. We're going to do a quick fire round here of one thing that you want to leave everyone in this lower bowl with here today. So we're going to start with Lena. And if you want to work your way down, that'd be fantastic.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. One piece of advice for everyone in the lower bowl today is before they leave.
Yeah, I'd say just follow your passion. Like, this work will get hard once you've had the idea, and it has to sustain you through all the ups and downs. So if you really don't love what you're working on, then maybe that's a sign to wait for the thing that you love to come along. So
yeah, I'm going to piggyback off what you said there, Lena. Do what you love and you won't work a day in your life, right? So make sure you definitely do what you love.
I would say get comfortable with being uncomfortable. There's going to be lots of things that you do in your life, and sometimes they're going to be feeling icky, and I think you just need to push through, and it'll be practice and make you stronger.
So I would like to restate just one of the messages here, is that I think for all people, not just youth, but for all people, we only have one job. There is only one job out there for you, and that is to figure out how to be you. Now, because we live in a material world, we have to figure out how to get resources. I encourage you, don't just try to find a job and do skills that will get you the most amount of resources. Figure out how to be you and how to gather resources by being you. That's your only job. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Although there was no spot in the script for me to give some advice, but I am going to, because mean, I'm the MC, so I can kind of do whatever I want. So I'm going to leave you with one last piece of advice. We're living in a bit of a crazy world right now. We're on fire. We're growing up in an environment that can be kind of scary and overwhelming. So I want everyone to take care of yourself mentally, physically, build community, build those friendships, invest in the people that are good to you in your life. Because, you know, taking care of yourself first, then you can take care of everyone around you. So I'd encourage everyone to just really think about that and just to truly take care of yourselves, because our bodies are super important, our minds are as well. So thank you so much to the presenters. I'm gonna invite our 3 finalists onto the stage one more time. Let's do one more round of applause for Ellis, Aisha, and Elena. And our fantastic executive director, volunteer executive director of Python's Pit, Fareen Samji, who's gonna come out with the money. Those are huge.
Thank you.
Mine was a lot smaller. I don't know what happened. So we're gonna do a quick, one more round of applause. That's what an exciting feat. Took a lot of guts to come up here and tell this story and share their ideas. They've been refining them for years. So thank you so much to the 3 of you for your passion and your integrity in this process. And we hope that you enjoy this prize money and save a little bit for some fun. So round of applause. All right. Thank you so much for joining this part of the presentation, everybody. Have a great rest of your day, and we can exit stage left. There's always one. There's always one. If anybody else wants to yell, you can yell. Nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Great work.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying the event as much as I am so far. So that concludes the opening session and the Python's Pit portion of our event. Let's give one more big congratulations to our top 3 winners.
Thank you so much.
Connect with me online.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so before I explain where everyone's going and what's happening next, I would love if you all could please take a few minutes to complete the Mentimeter activity on the screen. As a youth-driven event each year, your feedback is very important to us, and it will help shape our next Youth Inspire Community Day. So to participate in the Mentimeter, you can either scan the QR code that's up on the screen right now, or you can go to menti.com and enter the code 76485812, which is up on the screen if you missed that. And while you're completing the Mentimeter, if you could please listen carefully for instructions regarding the breakout session portion of this event, which will be occurring from 3:20 to 4:30. When filling out the form to register for Youth Inspire Community Day, you all should have selected a breakout room workshop session that you would like to attend during this portion of the event. If you registered for the workshop titled Unleash Your Inner Potential, you want to make an impact but not sure where to start, with Shahriar Mayan and Miranda Aim, you will be staying in the main theater for the next hour. So you will not need to leave your seats unless you want to move closer to the front. Your workshop will be right here. In contrast, if you registered for the workshop titled Intersectional Justice Work, What Solidarity Makes Possible, with Cale Black and Lena Sharma Seth, you will be moving to the Studio Theater for the next hour. If you have any questions or concerns about where you need to be during this period, please see a CYC member. We have these shirts on, and we also have these lanyards right here, or any of the event volunteers, and we'll be more than happy to assist you. So I think we're ready to move. If you've completed the Mentimeter, either you can move on closer to the front of the room, take a minute to finish it, or you can move to wherever you need to be.
And I wish, and I wish, and I wish.
bite you, so you're safe. You're safe where you are. This is a safe space. Yes, awesome. Come on up, fill on in. Amazing. How are you guys enjoying the day so far? Yeah, I loved watching that Python's pit. That was super interesting. Anybody was inspired? Who's gonna look out and apply next year? Okay, we already have a few. Python's pit, I don't know where they are, but we already have people in here. Amazing. Well, I'm glad that you all selected this workshop. I'm excited to be here with you today. Would you believe me if I told you that I am a failure? Would you believe me if I told you that I failed to live up to my potential? That I have disappointed so many people that I've lost count? Well, I will prove you wrong because it's true. I have failed to bring home the gold medal, any medal from the Olympics. I have lost more games than I can count. I chose not to continue to pursue a career in the WNBA, even though I knew that it would look significantly less interesting and impressive on my resume. I regularly and consistently chose smaller contracts with less money, earning less over the long term than my counterparts over the entirety of my career. And yet, while I've made many mistakes and fallen short a lot along the course of my career, I still feel like I haven't failed at all. I still feel like I've done a good job. I feel at peace at a job well done. I reached my potential, at least to the best of my ability, and I made an impact in what I was doing, even though it wasn't necessarily in the typical way. But how? How did I fall short in all of these different areas and still be at peace with the decisions that I made? And since the title of this workshop is Unleash Your Inner Potential, I assume that y'all must be on some sort of journey, or at least curious on what reaching your potential looks like. And I think it might be useful to break down what is potential in the first place. As a definition, often it's defined as having or showing the capacity to become or develop into something into the future. Alternately, it can mean that you have some latent qualities or abilities that if you develop them, they'll come into something successful in the future. And that can be really exciting because it infers, there's opportunity, there's so much possibility, you don't know what's gonna happen, so there's a bit of uncertainty, but it's like tinged with excitement because you don't know what's gonna happen. You know that there's something inside of you that you can tap into, but you're not quite sure. So it can be super exciting. But it can also be a little bit frustrating because there's so many obstacles that are on the path to reach that potential. Sometimes discouraging even, but on the flip side, it's really quite empowering. Because the only thing standing in between you and your potential is yourself. I saw you mouth that before I even said that. Nailed it. The only thing standing in between you and your potential is yourself. That's empowering. Who has heard the quote, be the change you wish to see in the world? Let's show of hands. Yeah, it's a popular one. It's usually attributed to Gandhi. It's not quite the quote that he said, but we'll use it for the sake of this purposes. And it's so interesting, be the change you wish to see in the world. It's such a powerful concept because it shifts your attention from looking on everybody else and what they're doing. It stops us from judging other people on what they're doing. It stops us from comparing ourselves to other people, complaining about what's not yet done. It turns our attention inward, our attention towards ourselves, and begs the question, makes us ask ourselves, what can I do? How can I be the change that I wish to see in the world? And that's where curiosity comes in. As soon as you ask yourself one question, there's like this little blossom of curiosity of like, okay, what can I do? There's this possibility, like I said. There's a potential, especially at this age when you have the entire world in front of you, sometimes too much. Do you ever feel like there's too many decisions that you need to make? There's too many opportunities? It can be a little bit overwhelming. But one of the most effective tweaks that you can make is taking a really good look at the systems that you have in your life. What you're doing on a day-to-day basis. What are those fundamental things that shape what your life looks like on a regular basis? Now, I work with high-performing clients who are in high-performance spaces under a lot of stress. They're doing big things, they're doing hard things. It takes a lot of their time and their energy and attention. And they need support to realize those goals. Just as we all do when we're trying to do something big, when we're trying to do something different, we need support, we need a strategy, we need a framework. So there's one framework that I use with my clients and in my own life as well. And it's kind of a three-pronged or three pillars, however you wish to look at it. And these pillars are process, preparation, and purpose. Process, prep, purpose. Say it with me. Process, prep, purpose. Process, prep, and purpose. Those are what I call my peak performance model, or in light of today's workshop title, my potential model. And why I call it my peak performance model is because it's individual to you. Your peak performance is not what somebody else's peak performance looks like. It's individual to you, your values, your skill set, what you bring to the table. And that's certainly not limited to work or your athletic endeavors. It can be where you volunteer, your passion project, just how you show up with your friends and your families. Any place where you want to show up and show up well is where we can bring this into play. So process, prep, purpose. Process, talking about those day-to-day moments, how we show up in all of those in-betweens. Preparation, it's talking about those habits and routines, those pillars of resilience on a day-to-day basis. So are you getting good sleep? Are you eating good food? Are you moving your body? Sounds super basic, but if you're cutting corners in those areas, you're doing yourself a disservice. And you're setting yourself up to underperform. The third one, purpose. This is your North Star, your why. It's going to be the thing that grounds you when everything is going haywire. It's your course corrector in all of that. So why talk about these three areas, process, prep, and purpose? Because in order to make lasting impact, considerable meaningful impact, you need a solid foundation to work from. We can't just make it up as we go and hope for the best. So we need one that ensures our mental and physical health, that ensures that we're able to show up in the way that we want to. We need one that ensures resilience and focus so that we can actually get the job done and focus on the task at hand. And we also need one that ensures direction. That's the North Star. That ensures that we're moving toward goals that are actually aligned with what we believe in, not just what we think is the right thing to do. Again, my peak performance, not someone else's peak performance. Now, we don't have time to talk about all of these three different areas, although, quick plug for CYC coaching, if you sign up for the CYC coaching in the leadership group, we dive deep in all of these different areas that will be coming up early next year. It gives us an opportunity to explore this at a deeper level and enables us to come up with strategies that can be applied directly into your life. It's an amazing, incredible opportunity if you want to look into investing in your leadership in that area. But since I have you as a captive audience, we'll at least dive into the first one, which is, do you remember what it is? Process, yes, ding ding, 5 points. Process is the first one. And process is the ability to stay in the present moment. It's a day-to-day game changer. Now, who among you have heard of growth mindset? Yeah, it's pretty popular these days. I submit to you something different, similar but different, the stillness mindset. What's the opposite of stillness? Movement, exactly. This is great because there's 2 different ways that you can define this. What's the opposite of a different type of stillness or quietness? Chaos, loud, noise. Exactly. Stillness, the opposite of that means busy, moving around, loud, noisy, chaos, all of the above. What does noise and busyness and all of that going on, how does that feel, or what does that feel like when it's going on in our mind? Overwhelming. Let me backtrack and start with the body, because sometimes it's easier to see it physically. How does that feeling, that overwhelming feeling, feel like in the body? Let's use nervousness as an example. How does your body feel when you are nervous? What is the physical representation of I am nervous? Way in the back. Yeah, like you feel really claustrophobic in your clothes, like your clothes are strangling you, kind of type of deal. Yeah, absolutely. Up here. Sweating. Yeah, I'm sweating right now, y'all. Exactly. Sorry? Fidgety. Yeah, you can't stop kind of shaking and tapping your toes or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, start to get distracted, start thinking a lot. What else? Right in your body. What does the body feel like? Yeah. Unfocused. Yes, exactly. Up here. Yeah, your stomach feels all jumbled, kind of like butterflies. So we have sweaty, unfocused, jumbly stomach. Your heart rate starts to increase. Sometimes you can feel your heart kind of beating out of your chest. Maybe you'll start kind of sweating, or your hands will start shaking. Sometimes you need to pee. If you get nervous before, sometimes that's why you need to scoot to the bathroom before you get on a big presentation or a big game. And then on the flip side, the mental side of that opposite of stillness, we mentioned it before, feels like overwhelming, busy. How else does that feel in your brain, in your mind, in your thoughts? Yeah. Frustrating, like you can't think straight. Yeah, right beside you. Were you going to say something? Same thing. Yeah. You can't think of one thing at a time. It's like they're all kind of coming rapid fire. It's almost hard to identify one. Right there in the back hoodie, you kind of gave me a fake hand, or no? I won't pressure you to. Go ahead. Yeah. Girl, yes. All the tasks piling up, all the things that you need to do, everything on your list is overwhelming. You become stressed, you become overwhelmed, you become you can't do what you want to do because your mind is getting out of control. The exact opposite of stillness. I remember a time, it was my first year overseas in Turkey. I played professionally for 11 years of my career overseas. Went down to the States in Cali first, then played 3 years in Turkey, and then the last 8 years in southern France. But my first year in Turkey, I was coming off a great college career. I was feeling good. I was strong. I was in my prime physically. I was playing really well. I started the season really well. And for those of you who know basketball or those who don't, I played position 4. So I'm a tall person, you can see, but I'm not even the tallest person on my team. I was never the tallest person on my team. I played the post player, which is typically the player who's closer to the basket. So you're usually like turning and doing a layup or dunking or, we're moving back to the basket. But because I'm a little undersized for my position and I'm thinner as well, I'm not really a kind of pound it down type of person. I use my skill and my strength, which is speed. So I was often far away from the basket, using my advantage to drive past my defender, find a way to get around them, use my advantage. And my one other advantage was my shooting ability. I had a very good percentage throughout my entire career, and it's something I kind of hung my hat on. I felt very confident in that, and this season was no different. My first year, I was like, coming into games, stroking it, and it came to a point at one game where that changed. And it was kind of sudden, because as a shooter, I practiced this hundreds of times. You're in practice, you do it from this side, practice the same position, the same movement, catching the ball from your teammate again and again and again. The amount of times I've done that movement in my career, y'all, I can't even count. But it's muscle memory by the time I was at that point. Still, I haven't touched a ball in a while because I'm retired now, but I could still go out and stroke it. But at that moment in my career, I went to a game and I missed a few. I was like, oh shoot, okay, that's rough. Came to the next game, missed a few more. Okay, now I'm starting to get in my head a little bit. Then I get to a point where it's like 3, 4, 5 games deep, and it's not just a few baskets. Now I'm in a shooting rut. How do you think my mind was at that point? Discouraged. Yeah. Everything that you guys laid out before, those busy thoughts, that spinning, trying to think of something to do, it's almost an anticipatory stress. Like you're nervous, you're trying to get to that point, and you feel like you're going to fail before you even attempt it. You're overwhelmed, stressed. I couldn't think. Thankfully, I had a friend of mine at that point who was a pure shooter. He was excellent. His name was Alvin, and he gave me a piece of advice. He's like, you cannot think when you're shooting. You can't think. By the time you get to the point where you're shooting the ball and letting go, there should be no thoughts in your head. You should almost be unconscious. That's like the flow state. The optimal state of shooting is just being unconscious. It's like you practice it so many times and you just need to let it go with no regard to the end result. Just trust the process. And that was the first time in my career where I had to learn the skill of becoming aware of what was going on in my body, had to be aware that I was stressed out in the first place, had to be aware that my thoughts were whirling in the first place, and then learning to adapt to that. Now, how many of you guys have been in an instance where you've had a bit of like a weird or a strange or a conversation that didn't really go the way that you wanted to, and then you like go home and you think about it for like hours and hours and hours and hours? Yeah, maybe days, weeks, months. What about getting stuck in a endless doom scroll where you have a list of tasks that you need to do, but you're kind of avoiding it, so you're just like constantly. It's almost like you can't even put the phone down or even close out of whatever you're watching, right? We've all been there. Now, do you feel like yourself in those moments? Do you feel like your best self in those moments? No, not quite. You're getting in your own way, just like I was getting in my own way when I was overthinking this simple action that I had committed to memory. You're getting in your own way, and really performance or reaching your potential is just getting out of your own way. Learning how to set yourself up in such a way that you get out of your own way. And because it's interesting, because you're all skilled, you're all qualified, you're all doing big things because you're here on a Sunday where you could be doing something else. You're already interested in big things. You already have skills that you're developing. They're already there. Just need to get out of your own way. But it is a habit and a skill that you have to develop. Like I said before, it's something that has to be intentional. You can't just leave that up to chance. That's why we talk about the process, the preparation, the purpose, all those pieces of the pillar, those 3 pillars that you need to do this. Now, a few kind of examples, daily examples that I use in my own life, and I'd be curious to know what you do in your life, of ways to promote this stillness mindset. Because again, when we're talking about process, it's about staying in the present moment, slowing things down, turning down the noise in our head, in our body, being able to stay in the present moment, being able to focus on a presentation like this, being able to focus on a task at hand. The effect that has on what you want to do in your life is a direct link. If you're able to control your attention, you'll be able to master so many things in your life that are much more important than just making a basket. So those examples, I'll use my own life as an example. Some ways that I try to get some reps, just like I'm lifting weights, some reps of daily stillness habits. So I'm exercising this skill of being able to focus and stay in the present moment. Oftentimes, I'll start my day with a moment of stillness. So that could be prayer, that can be meditation, that can be just drinking my cup of coffee and sitting there. Instead of drinking my cup of coffee and scrolling on my phone or reading something or whatever, just sitting with my thoughts. It sounds basic, but it's quite revolutionary if you think about it. Try it tomorrow morning, and it will feel a little bit weird. Starting that day with that stillness. Getting out into nature. That's a huge one. Going for a walk or just going and sitting in space, because it's naturally quite still in nature. It's doing its thing. You're less connected to technology and all the other things, the news and all the things that inherently increase our stress and anxiety. We're getting out, seeing some green, touch some grass, kick some rocks, get out there, get grounded. It has been scientifically proven to reduce our anxiety and reduce our depression just by looking at a plant. So if looking at a plant can reduce your anxiety and depression, what do you think getting out and taking a walk can do? Another example of daily things that I do, practice some breath work. Now, the CYC Leadership Group, we do some of this. I use a few different breath practices, I guess, that help me root me in the present moment, because it's the one thing we have control over, and nobody sees you doing it. Whether that's just taking a deep breath, or doing like controlled different types of breaths, I use one called Box Breath. I might have talked about it last year, I don't remember. It's one of my favorites. It's just a way to root your attention to the present moment. It directs your attention away from whatever has you stressed or overwhelmed and brings you back, brings that pause, brings that stillness, brings you in the moment. Again, another rep of, hey, I actually have control over my attention here. These are all habits that you can do, and none of them are revolutionary. I'm sure you've heard some of those different examples that I just gave, and maybe some beyond that. Kind of think through one that you've wanted to integrate in your life, that you know, my life would probably be a little bit better, my day-to-day, I'd probably be a better person if I did a little bit more of this. Maybe I did a little bit more journaling. Maybe I started my day a little bit earlier, so I wasn't rushed out the door. Pick one of those and integrate it into your daily routine today. Because what better time than today, right? Y'all are trying to make an impact. Today's the day to start it. Don't leave it up to chance. Now, at the top of today's talk, I told you I'm a failure. And in the eyes of many, I may still be. I didn't get that gold medal, but honestly, y'all, that was not the ultimate goal. My ultimate goal in pursuing sport was to pursue excellence. I grew, I improved my skills, I improved my character. So for me, that is the gold medal. When it came to the WNBA, that was always the biggest thing on a lot of people's minds. That was never the end goal for me. I wanted to play for Team Canada. I wanted to go to the Olympics. I wanted to go to 3 Olympics. And I wanted to represent my country on the national stage. I achieved that by staying focused on what was important to me and was aligned with my peak performance. And the same thing with the smaller contracts. A lot of times we're really motivated by money. Money talks, right? But not if it's at the expense of your values. And I got to really invest in communities where I was playing overseas and in Canada in a way that I wouldn't have if I was just chasing the money. Creating a legacy that goes beyond me. Because honestly, no matter how accomplished you are, how much money you make, how many followers you have, all of those things, how many awards, medals, all of the rest, someone will always have something to say. Someone will always have an opinion. But at the end of the day, your opinion is the only one that matters. Your opinion and the ones of those closest to you. So don't formulate your life based on other people's expectations or other people's thoughts of what is the best route for you. Focus on your peak performance, your process, your preparation, your purpose. That's what my potential was about. And what's yours? Now, don't be afraid to fail. Go ahead and do it. You're on the right path. Thank you guys for coming to this workshop. I'm excited to be here with you today. I don't know if we have time for questions at all, but we might need to hand it over to our next guest. But again, give yourself a round of applause for even showing up here today.
Thank you, Mirandra, for sharing your valuable insights and expertise with us. Next, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Sharayar Mian. Sharayar is a person with a wide span of experience in finance, consulting management, and he even runs his own business. Please welcome me to welcome Sharayar.
Hi, hello everyone. Thanks for having me today. So I don't want this to be a speech or lecture. I'll just kind of talk to you very casually like a conversation. And I want to start by talking about reinvention. And I want to talk about reinvention because it's something that's quite relevant in this day and age with technology and our world changing at such a rapid pace. If you take AI for an example, it's fundamentally changing the way we're doing business, the way that information gets analyzed. And what that does is it either creates new opportunities for people to acquire new skills, or it eliminates old skills. So you have to sort of go out there and get into that industry either through education or experience. Now, reinvention manifests itself differently for everyone. And it's a very exciting time. So the way to describe it, reinvention could be you moving to a new city, starting a new career, a new job, and being in a relationship. Ultimately, what reinvention means is something that fundamentally changes your thought process, your routine, your day-to-day. That's a form of reinvention. So for me, I've gone through this process a number of times, and it's very exciting to start afresh. Only a few times in your life you get a chance like that. And I think when you do, you've got to be quite bold and grab the opportunity. So for me, interestingly, the most recent transformation or reinvention, as you want to call it, happened. Miranda talked about failure, and it's when I failed a few years ago when I had my own business. Now, interesting thing about failure is that in business school and education, people talk a lot about, don't be afraid to fail, and you haven't learned if you haven't failed. I would say, that it's okay to be afraid of failure, and also you don't want to fail. You obviously want to succeed, and you want to minimize any chances of failure. But the interesting thing I learned about failure is that it helps you reevaluate in a very objective manner, which a lot of times we don't get to do if we haven't failed. And by example, when I was, so I had a restaurant business. And when I was focused on launching the restaurant business, I was really focused on negotiating a lease, working on the concept, constructing the place, hiring a team, putting it all together. And then when it ultimately failed, I realized that I had made all these mistakes and things that I overlooked, red flags that I had ignored. And also, I felt that I was someone who had a very good understanding of people and their pulse and vibe and all that. And I was proven wrong. So it was quite deflating. And so I decided, okay, what do I do now? I can't be a restaurateur again. I had to reinvent myself, figure out what's my next career move. And it's okay to change careers when you're in your early 20s. It's much more difficult when you've got experience and you get into your 30s. You guys are all quite young, but it's good to know this lesson. You have to be very methodical in your approach. So some of us are lucky. I had a chance to actually go back to school. And so I decided to pursue a master's degree. And I learned that actually school is very underrated. And I would highly encourage you to, look at school as a beautiful bubble in which you get to realize what you want to do in your life. And it's different phases. Like undergraduate, you're at a different point in your life, and you're just starting your career. Master's degrees are, that's what I think are underrated, because at that point you've actually worked professionally. You're a lot more mature, and you approach things differently. Your mindset is different, and you're at a different point in your life. And it doesn't matter, what master's degree it is, whether it's law or politics. I did MBA. And what was fascinating is that when I decided to apply for MBA school, I thought, I'll get this 3-letter emblem beside my name, and then I'll become very marketable, and I'll find my next job. And I went to MBA school, and I met these great classmates and people from different walks of life, different careers. Some of my classmates were doctors, formerly, that wanted to start their own business, and ultimately ended up being a group of people that had very high energy, were very focused, very positive, and it gave me a lot of perspective on what I wanted to do next in my life. And I think school can do that if you use the opportunity to make new friends, to chart a new career path, acquire new skills. And what's interesting about school also is that in the professional world, okay, you read a lot of content and material, but you read it you read a lot of emails, but you're not necessarily retaining that concept or the material that you're reading. Or you read leisurely books and stuff. In school, you're reading to retain content, okay, that you then apply through an exam or an assignment or whatever. And that's really, it's a great exercise because it exercises your brain, it trains your brain to be able to, look at content comprehensively and then be tested on it. That makes you sharp, okay? And then when you go back into the professional world with that sharpness, it really helps you in your career because then you're able to look at information, dissect it, analyze it, and then apply it. And unfortunately, you don't get to do, so when we're in school, we're sometimes thinking, oh, why am I doing this algebra exercise or this strategy class? So I would say don't focus on what you're learning. It's more about school teaches you discipline and the capacity to acquire content, okay, and become a great test taker. There is either through exams or assignments or whatever, and that has a great benefit because you will apply those skills when you go into the professional world. So it may not be very clear why you're taking certain classes or why your core curriculum looks a certain way. I would say that use it to get ready for the professional world. Now, the other thing is that I learned when I was in school that our mind has actually a really great capacity, okay? And that I always underestimated my mind because I felt that I was not really good at math. So I had all this time in MBA school and I said, okay, I want to do something else as well. So I decided to do the CFA exam, which is a Certified Financial Analyst program. And it was very mathematical. And I would do these long sort of exercises and solve math problems. And at the time I was wondering if I would ever use any of these skills. But ultimately, what it did was it just made my mind a lot more focused and sharp. And I learned something very beautiful, that there's so much data information out there in our world. You're on Instagram, you're on TikTok and all these, or you're reading your news through Facebook or whatever. And our mind is essentially like a pet, okay? If you have a dog, you can relate. If you don't train your dog, he'll misbehave and he may go and bite someone. Our mind is in a very similar fashion, operates in a similar fashion, okay? You have to train your mind. You have to be in control of your mind. And to do that is through reading, okay? And read leisurely. I would say read a novel, nonfiction, fiction, doesn't matter, but focus and read. And try and do that every day. Because what that will do is it'll take your mind off of the world for a little bit. And it brings you back to square one. You can also do that if you play musical instruments. If any of you play music, piano or guitar, you'll notice that you're very focused when you're doing that. And those types of touch points through your day actually are very therapeutic, okay? Now, I'm gonna move on to, sorry, it's getting kind of hot, so I'm wearing too many layers here. Temperament, okay? It's very important actually, when you're thinking about the capacity of your mind and everything, is to understand first and foremost what your temperament is, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of us don't get to appreciate that because, people generalize a lot, like stay calm. Staying calm means different things to different people. There are some people who have a calm disposition, okay? So it's very easy for them to stay calm. But if you're someone who suffers from anxiety or gets stressed very easily, you got to recognize that, okay? And then figure out tools to help you overcome it, okay? And once you're able to do that, then you'll be in control of your emotions. And why that's important is because a lot of successful people that are out there actually don't do very well in school. And I'm not saying don't do well in school, try your best, but don't worry about your grades too much, okay? If your GPA scale is at 4.0, try and be above a 2, so you're taken seriously. But what's more important is trying to be emotionally intelligent, because success ultimately comes down to how you control your relationships, how you influence people, how you interact with your boss, how you interact with your colleagues, how you're able to train others, make them feel your customers, depending on which career you're in. Ultimately, you're going to be in the business of managing people. And if you're very sharp and you're very good at math and you're very good at, all those things, they're not going to be very valuable if you don't have those people skills. And what I mean by those people skills is not just being friendly, but being emotionally intelligent. So how do you channel your anger towards positivity? Okay? How do you challenge, how do you perform when you get really bad feedback or you have a difficult customer, that is complaining? How do you calm them and bring them back to, liking your business again or wanting you to do business? Those are the things that are going to lead you to success. So when you're young, you can really train your mind to be emotionally intelligent, understand people, understand their motivations, and see how you can influence your environment. And again, what it comes down to is understanding yourself first, understanding your temperament. Who are you as a person? What makes you angry? What makes you happy? What makes you calm? Very, very important. So it's, life is like an ongoing journey, and you've got to think that you're going to be a constant learner. The learning never ends, whether you're in school or outside of school. I'll give you an example. So I deleted Instagram a few years ago. Firstly, because I wasn't getting as many likes as I thought I should be. And my stories were getting redundant. I traveled a lot, and I would put a story, oh, look, I'm having such a good time, and now I'm on a plane, and I'm going to another exciting place. And I thought to myself one day that who cares, if people are looking at my story and commenting on it or liking it. What's important is I'm present and I'm having a good time and who I'm there with. And there was something quite empowering about being private. And so I deleted Instagram and had all this free time, now this big hole, and then how do I fill it? So I was always living in big cities. I was in New York, and then I spent some time in London and also Boston. And when I moved back home, and especially living in Burlington, you get to drive a lot. You're spending a lot of time driving. And I found there's a lot of times through our day that are just wasted, like being in the car and listening to music. I mean, do listen to music, but 45 minutes of listening to music is actually, I think, a waste of time. Maybe 20 minutes. And then I thought, okay, I'm waiting at a dental appointment. That's another 30 minutes. I found all these points in my day, which was like just time that was wasted on things. So I said, okay, how do I use it productively? And I've always wanted to learn Spanish. And so I downloaded this app called Pimsleur, and it gives audio lessons, okay? And it's 30-minute audio lessons, and I drive a lot, so I would listen to these audio lessons. And it's, the person speaks to you and then you repeat. And I did that for a year, actually. And it sounds like a lot of work, but it was really effortless, literally just listening to 30-minute lessons while you're driving, and then pair that with some music and some podcasts, whatever. And now I can go to any Spanish country, actually, and get directions, have a basic conversation. And I thought it was pretty empowering to use those times of your day to acquire a new skill, So you got to figure out if you have some passion like that or some curiosity. It's possible, okay? And you have to be patient and invest small amount of time in activities. A lot of times people don't pursue certain things because they feel it's going to take up so much time. Like, oh, if I learn guitar and to be a really good guitar player, I'll have to spend 10,000 hours. No, spend 50 hours. Just learn a couple of chords and strum, and that's it. That's all you need to do, okay? What it does is that it gives you the capacity to learn, to try new things, and use your time productively. Acquiring new skills is very, very important. Whether it's languages, whether it's sports, learning coding, all of those things. You got to figure out, how do you use your time productively. So for me, these dead zones, I filled them up with some of these activities, which was very empowering. And then I found that reading, actually, which I touched on earlier, allowed me to relax and sort of drive out all the thoughts, because our mind just keeps pacing and racing, and said, okay, I'm just going to read for like 30 minutes, put a timer, and that kind of served as a meditation. So speaking of meditation, I had a friend I went to school with in McGill, and he has his own real estate business now, and came over to my office the other day. And he said, we have such appreciation for mental health now than ever before. And we talked about why that is. And it kind of became a philosophical debate. He talked about the Industrial Revolution. So the Industrial Revolution was when people worked in factories and farms and all this, and it was hard labor, people were working long hours, and it was a lot of physical labor. And they would come home and then go to bed, and there was hardly any TV or information to take your mind into different directions. And so people were very focused. There was not much time to think. And then came the knowledge economy, okay? And that revolution made us these knowledge workers. And we got all this extra time because we automated things and we created machines and robots, and we had a lot more time to think. And when your mind wanders, then yeah, it leads to anxiety, stress, anticipation, all of those things. So you have to recognize that. You have to recognize that that's the world we live in, okay? So how do you focus your mind to stay busy? Because if you're not busy and you're not doing productive things, you're going to be all those things: anxious, stressed, unhappy. And I think if you create excitement in your life through activities that benefit you and take you further, you'll generally be a happier person. I figured that out. I was I've been a procrastinator, wasted a lot of time, all of those things. So I can relate to this lesson, now as I'm older. And also I can tell you that a lot of people talk to you like this phrase, life is short. And I never really understood that when I was young. I like to think that I'm still young, but I'm much older than I was, your age. And so there was one time I was sitting back and thinking, and I was thinking back to 5 years. And I'm like, oh, wow, that feels like I was there yesterday. And then I thought about 10 years, and I was like, wow, I remember that particular trip really well, or a particular meeting really well. And so your memory, right, it's so fresh. So if you can recall 5 years, 10 years so well, then you start to appreciate, wow, the next 10 years will go by so quickly. And time is one finite resource we have in this world. So use it wisely. Okay, and that leads me to the next thing I want to talk to you about, is friendship. Okay, so you're going to be making a lot of friends, and when you're young, you have a set of friends, and then stick around when you go to university, you have your other group of friends, your professional friends, and all that. One thing to note is, again, this links to emotional intelligence as well, that your group of friends that you hang out with, you have a really good time with, you may travel with, you have banter with, and you think you're like so close and soulmates and etc. But then you may find that particular friend is actually not that useful when it comes to your professional career or helping you get to where you need to get to, right? So know where to draw the distinction. You're going to have friends that are your good time friends. Good time friends are there when you're having a good time, okay? And you may feel really close to them and trust them and all that, but they're not your allies. What you need to be successful in your career are allies, okay? I don't like mentors because I think mentorship is a very formal relationship. Mentorship is, I need to see my mentor, and it's not the same concept. Allies are people who can be your friends, who will ultimately support you, who will be there for you, who will, want to see you succeed. Unfortunately, in a lot of friendship, what happens is that we're humans and we get jealous, okay? And sometimes jealousy can, especially when you're kind of, operating on the same wavelength as your friends, that jealousy may inhibit some people in going out of their way to help you. Because if you succeed and you make more money than them, or you drive better cars or live in a bigger house, it may make, your friends a little unhappy. So allies are those people who actually can be your close friends too, but it's rare. The allies are those who will be there for you when you need them, okay? whether you need an introduction because they work at a big company and you want to work at that big company, and they will go out of their way to take your resume and submit it to HR and say, I think this is a great person, we should hire this person. That's an ally, okay? Or someone, if you're, like, I've got something going on at the moment where I need a lot of volunteers, and I found that, these friends that I used to hang out with and have these Sunday lunches with, none of them came out to support me. And I was pretty disappointed about that. But then I had this other group of friends that I didn't really see very often, and they just came out and, wholeheartedly volunteered for me and supported me, right? So that's the distinction between allies and friends. And your allies can be younger than you, older than you, or whatnot, but you gotta make sure that you're creating those relationships, understanding people. It's very important to first understand your temperament, yourself, what motivates you, and then be clever about who you befriend, okay? And when I say be clever, also be selfish with your time, okay? I say be selfish with your time because it's easy to get distracted in this world right now. When I was in university, we didn't have much social media. We had High Five, which failed, and then Facebook came in my final year of university, undergrad. And so I remember, like, a lot of my friends, we didn't even have cameras, we had like those old cell phones and stuff. So there was a lot of in the moment fun that we talk about. And now the world has changed so much. Everything is so much more connected. And so people are finding harder and harder to find time for themselves. But I think it's very, very important that you find time with yourself and try to spend time alone and be comfortable in your own company. And you can do that by traveling alone or doing things just on your own. You gotta do that because that puts you outside your comfort zone. And that makes you learn a lot. If you cannot enjoy your own company, you cannot be alone for prolonged periods and entertain yourself, work on that. Because that can make you very confident. It can empower you in ways that you'll really appreciate. The last thing I want to talk to you about is sleep, okay? And sleep is a very interesting phenomena because when people think of sleep today in our knowledge economy, evolved human beings with technology and working really hard and being competitive and being ambitious, people think, and I'm generalizing here, but a lot of people associate sleep with being lazy. And I think that's a very wrong approach. Sleep is a very, very powerful tool, okay? If you didn't know already, Einstein used to sleep at least 10 hours a day. The reason being, sleep has a way to, give your brain a break and revitalize you, okay? Well-rested mind is more creative, can do more, and brings more energy towards you, okay? If you're having trouble sleeping, you gotta work on that, okay? You will be sleeping a few decades in your life. See it as a ritual. See it something that you look forward to and appreciate, and just detach from the world. There's a really interesting book I read called Why We Sleep, which I highly recommend. It's a book that it's got a lot of research, analysis, and data on what sleep can do, different stages of sleep, and how it heals us, okay? And how it also prolongs our age and, helps with our mental health and disease and all of those things. So I find it really troubling that in our society, sleep is seen as something that's kind of like a thing you don't really take seriously. You gotta there's 24 hours in a day, so I want to maximize most of the time being awake. But I think that's a completely wrong approach. And my recommendation is 8 hours. So if you sleep, let's say 7 hours at night, then try and find some time to nap during the day. But it's exceptionally important to take sleep seriously. It will go a long way in making sure you're healthy, you're creative, and you're well rested. And unfortunately, a lot of people have trouble sleeping. So if you're that person, some people have a very easy time going to bed. But if you're somebody who struggles with that, try and fix it. And I would say not with pills, because that's a whole other debate. I highly recommend if you read that book, you'll appreciate that, why sleep is important. And so I want to leave you just with kind of just a summary of what I talked about. Reinvention is something that you want to look forward to and be prepared for it, because you will go through reinvention through several times in your life. And when that happens, it's a blank slate. You move to a new city, you start a new job, you have a whole set of new colleagues. It's a great opportunity. Use it wisely to build yourself up. Understand your temperament, very important. Stay in control and use your time wisely. And try and find time, like I found those dead zones, to do something productive. It'll make you feel great. Find allies. It takes time, and be very authentic about it. Always stay authentic, because, if you are who you are and you are genuinely being yourself, people will see that. People will see your character, and you'll draw them. One final thing, energy, okay? So we all have a vibe, okay? And when people think about positive thinking and negative thinking and don't think negative thoughts, I would say just think of a vibe. What kind of vibe do you bring to a place, to people, when you enter into a room, okay? You want to be present, and when you're not present, you want people to feel your absence. And that'll happen with the kind of vibes you give, okay? And the kind of vibes that you attract towards you. There's a whole, literature on law of attraction. So the energies we give out are the energies we attract. So hopefully this was a productive session for you. Sorry, I was off script, kind of just wanted to share some of my thoughts and anecdotal advice through life. I think it's a beautiful journey ahead for you guys, and stay focused, don't underestimate school, and be happy. Thank you.
I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to both Mirandra and Sharayar for their amazing workshop today. Your expertise and engaging delivery truly made this workshop session both informative and enjoyable. Thank you so much.
Hello, cozy. So before we get things started, before we get the performance started, I want everybody to push forward, just move forward, you know, occupy the front rows. Come on, don't worry, I don't bite. Come on, y'all gotta move forward. We're not gonna get things started until you move forward. Come on, let's go. Everybody to the front. If you're all the way in the back, push forward to the front, please. Push forward to the front. We're gonna have a great time. We're gonna have a performance for you guys. We're gonna have a fun-filled end to the day. I know the day has been amazing already, so.
Well, hello everyone. I want to congratulate you, number one, for showing up today, for being here, for investing in yourself, and for just being the greatest person that you are. So thank you for being here today. My name is Shannon Tobin. I'm the founder and CEO of Dare to Be Youth Charity, and I stand before you today with an immense amount of gratitude and pride as we're coming to the end of our third annual Youth Inspired Community Day. This has been a day of collaboration and celebration, and most importantly, the nurturing of young minds and talents within our community, as you saw through Python's Pit. So inspiring, and none of this would have been made possible without the steadfast support of our volunteers. We need to give them a huge round of applause. I know they're way in the other, but it takes a village to put something like this on, as well as our sponsors, our community partners, who have also made this day possible and the success that it is. We've had youth from all across the world joining and plugging in with us today, from Kenya to Ottawa to London to British Columbia, and then of course our local youth who are here. I'm just so awe-inspired by all of you, so thank you. And of course, RBC has been our cherished partner of DDBY since our inception in 2021. And their unwavering commitment has been the cornerstone of our success. Today, I have the privilege of introducing you to two remarkable individuals from RBC who exemplify the dedication, expertise, and passion that define our partnership. First, Rick Atherton, RBC's Regional Vice President. Rick leads a team of over 400 employees, of all whom are dedicated to living RBC's purpose of helping clients thrive and communities prosper. And with over 22 years of experience at RBC, Rick's leadership and strategic acumen have played a pivotal role in driving RBC's overall retail banking performance in Halton. His extensive background in various leadership roles, including retail advice, strategy, communications, and operations and finance, showcases his profound understanding of the financial landscape. Rick's commitment to community and family is truly inspiring, and we are honored to have him here today with us. Next, we have Mayank Wadhwa, an investment advisor in wealth management with RBC. And Mayank's expertise lies in helping business owners, incorporated professionals, and families achieve their financial goals through tailored wealth and investment planning solutions. With a strong background in epidemiology and biostatistics, Mayank brings a unique perspective to the world of finance, emphasizing data-driven decision-making. His dedication of building lasting relationships with clients and providing exceptional service and advice underscores his commitment to empowering individuals and businesses within our community. It is the individuals like Rick and Mayank and organizations like RBC that make our events like Youth Inspired Community Day possible. Their support not only enriches the lives of our young participants, but also strengthens the very fabric of our community. Please join me in expressing our heartfelt gratitude to the RBC team we have sitting here over here as well. There's a whole crew of them that came today. And I do want to just Jenny and Jen, two incredible women who did a lot behind the scenes. Jenny Calder, who was kind of our liaison through this whole process this last couple of years, just has been a delight to work with. So Jenny and Jen, thank you so much for all that you do behind the scenes as well. And so together we will continue with RBC to inspire, to uplift, and to ensure a brighter future for all our youth. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce to you RBC's Regional Vice President, Rick Atherton. and investment advisor, wealth management, Mayank Wadhwa, on stage to share a few words with you.
Well, does it come up? Well, thank you, Shannon. That was quite a bio, but this isn't about us. This is really about you. And wow, I have been sitting up in the upper balcony throughout the afternoon, and I'm just inspired by the engagement and energy in the room. Participated. I thought Jackie's recent accident was built quite an inspiring story of resilience and courage. She's here with us after a fractured cheekbone and a broken nose, if you can believe it. I don't know if you got to meet her. You could still see some of that road rash, but I don't want to bring up any adverse memories here, Jackie, but yeah, sorry about that. To Python Pit, how exciting was that? Congratulations to our folks that presented. Very inspiring, and love to see the entrepreneurial spirit. But I'm here with my colleague Mayank today. Really in my role as regional vice president. It's events like these that really draw purpose behind what I do every day, and I'm just inspired to see you all out on a Sunday participating in these incredible forums, but also speaker events. It's really young people like you that have the ideas, the confidence and capabilities and the inspiration to reimagine the way our country works and chart a more prosperous and inclusive future for all of us. But the future of work isn't what we thought it was going to be a decade ago. Young people like yourselves are dealing with a constantly changing workforce. Canada's economic future and prosperity for all Canadians is directly linked to our ability to prepare young people like each of you to succeed in the future. So we need to ensure that our youth have the tools, resources, and support to build resiliency and adapt to the future of work. That's why we've created our RBC Future Launch program, which is a $500 million commitment to help young people develop skills, network, work experience, and mental well-being support they need to prepare for the future of work. And again, I'm just grateful for all of your participation and attendance today. But I'm gonna throw it over to my colleague, Mayank, to give you more detail on our commitment to young people.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to be here today with Rick. It was a great event, and the Python Pit and the stories that we heard today were really inspiring. So I'm an investment advisor with RBC Dominion Securities. You may be wondering what I'm doing here speaking with you today. Don't worry, it's not because I'm here to share financial advice. I'm sure that wouldn't be high on any of your lists for a Sunday afternoon. I'm here because I'm part of RBC NextGen, an internal group of RBCers dedicated to supporting young employees with their careers. Like Dare to Be Youth, and as Rick mentioned, we at RBC recognize the potential of young people. We know that one day our organization will be led by our young employees of today, and we're committed to supporting them on this journey through building networks, building skills, and supporting the communities we serve. Both internally through RBC NextGen, but also externally, as Rick mentioned, through RBC Future Launch. RBC is committed to supporting the youth of today for the jobs of tomorrow. I know that many of you recently joined Drew Buchanan for our RBC Future Launch workshop on building your LinkedIn profile, and I hope that you had the opportunity to visit our booth today and have your LinkedIn headshot taken. Through RBC Future Launch, we're proud to be able to offer many resources that will support you as you prepare for your career. To highlight just a few, you can register for a free membership to LinkedIn Learning, where you can select courses relevant to your interests and learn at your own pace. You can also apply for scholarships ranging in value from $1,500 to up to $10,000 per year for up to 4 years. You can also take our free online certificate course through McGill University called Personal Finance Essentials to help you better understand how to manage your personal finances. Since 2017, 5.8 million youth across Canada have been supported by one of our 800 plus RBC Future Launch programs, and I would really encourage you to visit rbc.com/futurelaunch to find resources that will help support you in your career journey. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to RBCX Music First Up artist Sage Harris. Sage independently released his debut EP titled Prince Hills, where he unofficially broke a world record for singing upside down in his song Meds. Let's not forget his recently released single, Let Me Know, featuring R&B legends Jagged Edge, along with a follow-up release titled Tell Somebody, featuring Prem and Capchi. His new EP, Figure It Out, and Elevated Sounds can be heard on countless radio stations and streaming platforms worldwide, accumulating over 5 million streams and counting. Please welcome Sage Harris.
What's going on, guys? What's going on? I am not Sage. This is Sage Harris right here, okay? So give him a round of applause.
Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going? Which is my seat here.
We go there. I go by Frank Venancio. You guys have seen me all day. I was your DJ and host. I'm also Sage Harris's DJ, so we're gonna have some fun. Hey Alexa, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'd like to thank everyone for being here today, both not only in person, but also virtually. And I'm grateful to meet with both Frank and Sage today. So thank you for being here. So we just have a few questions for them. The first one is, I hear you have quite the journey. Can you share some key milestones?
Wow, you guys are gonna be here for a long time if I do that. That's a very vague question. I would say a key milestone would be, I guess, in my teenage years. I'm not too old, by the way. But in my teenage years, I think going through high school and just kind of figuring out, finding my place in I guess my community and just around my peers, because not everybody knew I wanted to be a singer. And I think just transitioning into the singer that I am today started then, and not everybody kind of accepted me being a singer. A lot of people didn't know how to take it. I was obviously called a bunch of names and so on and so forth, but that also gave me the drive to be who I am today. So I think that's a big key moment in my life. Another one would be, just learning how to put myself in rooms and places where I could, learn and use those skills to better myself as a human being, but not only as a human being, but use it towards my craft as well, whether that be, finding out who the person at this radio station was, or who is running this magazine and how to get in touch with them, and just being around peers that could, allow me to be a better individual, people that have knowledge that I don't have, so I can use it to my advantage. So just being driven, I would say, yeah. Those, like I said, I can go on for hours, and this is going to turn into a lecture if I keep going, because I have a lot of stories for you guys. But I think my teenage years was a big milestone for me.
Yeah, that was great. And Frank, do you have any milestones you'd like to share?
Key milestones. I feel like milestones, as long as you keep pushing forward and moving through life, they're going to keep occurring. So I would say my key milestones would actually be my failures, because you don't know in the moment, but when you look back at it, you kind of understand that your failures actually set you up for your success. So I always tell people, failures aren't something that are bad. They're actually very necessary, because you learn from them. You know what you need to do next time, as long as you just continue to drive forward and, keep running your journey or running your race or whatever the case may be. So yeah, I'll say all my failures are kind of my milestones, because they set me up for all my future successes.
That was great. Thank you. So the next question is, what motivated you to change? It's another big one, so.
Y'all good with the questions. You want me to start this one? Or?
Yeah, you can start.
Sure. You answer that one better than I did, so go ahead, buddy.
Wow, what motivated me to change? That's a good one. Good job. I would say what motivated me to change was just wanting better for myself, better for my family. I come from humble beginnings. Me and Sage have kind of the same story. At one point in my life, I was homeless. So, to be where I am today and look back then, it's kind of I just never wanted to stay where I was. You know what I mean? So for me, it was to be better. I want to be better. I want to be in a better situation. I want my family to be in a better situation. And at the same time, I just want to ensure other people know that they can be in better situations, right? So that's what motivated me to change. It's kind of just my humble beginnings and just wanting better for myself and better for people around me.
Good job, man. Give it up for Frank.
You got to answer the question too.
I know. I was thinking about it. For me, what motivated me to change was once I found out that I didn't have anything to prove to anybody. Because a lot of the times you tend to make decisions and do things based on how other people might portray you and how they might perceive you, and how you might make them feel towards your actions. But who cares? Like, as long as you feel genuinely this is something that you wanted to do, or whatever it is, whatever career choices that you all have, I think that proving points doesn't do yourself any justice. So I feel like once I figured that out, it allowed me to, be a better individual. Not only that, like Frank said, we have rough beginnings. So not wanting to see that again kind of gives you the drive to propel forward and keep that in the rearview mirror. So, yeah.
For sure, and I appreciate you both sharing your story. And I think it speaks to the next question too, talking about your challenges that come with change versus the easy road of staying stuck.
Yeah. Did you guys think of these questions yourself? Where's man, I came for an exam today.
Trying to get emotional and stuff.
Shoot. What's the best way to present this? A lot of people avoid taking like the hard route because it's hard, right? It's always easier to take the quote unquote easy road. But I feel like with the easy road, you don't get, the experience, the knowledge, the vision of life as much as you do when you get with the hard road. You're not as grateful for the things that come your way when you take the hard road. So I actually love taking the hard road. Maybe it's because, I've had to go through it on numerous occasions during my life, but I feel like if things are too easy, then I'm not really learning something, or I'm not really getting the full experience that I think it is. And for me, like, if I didn't go through my hardships, I don't know if I would be as grateful as I am today for everything that has come in my life. And I don't know if I would have the mindset to pay it forward and like give back to a community of, individuals like yourself or whoever it may be who might be in a similar situation to me, or who may look at me as, some type of figure that can help them with whatever situation there is. So, I kind of appreciate the hard road. I don't really want to take the easy road. That's just my personal opinion. So don't be afraid of the hard road. If anybody tells you, if you ever think something is too hard and you're like, I can't do this. Once you push through it and you get over that bump or that curve, trust me, like the light at the end of the tunnel is amazing compared to the easy road. So don't be afraid of the hard road, essentially.
So you're not into AI at all then?
Oh, AI? I love AI.
That's the easy road.
It's not the easy road if you know how to use it properly with the new future. Okay? All right. Go.
For me, like kind of Frank said, it's not a matter of it being easy or hard. It's what route are you going to take to build longevity, right? I think that you have to take into account that sometimes the easiest things don't allow for things to be sustained, whether it be, in your life, in your career, or whatever it is. So I think that finding the happy balance, because it's okay for things to be easy. And sometimes things can be easy based on, how hard of an effort you put into, developing yourself. You can make things easier by building yourself as an individual, right? I think that's another way to look at it. But things being hard, like I don't want anything to be hard for anybody. Like having things always hard is, there's pros and cons to it. It's like a catch-22 a little bit. But allowing yourself to grow as an individual and building up the strengths that you need to in order for things to be easier, I think is a better angle, I would say, if that makes any sense, right? So I like things hard sometimes because I know I'm going to learn from it, but do I like things easy? Yeah, but in order for me to have those things easy, I got to develop myself as an individual. So, yeah.
For sure.
See, look at that answer. There you go.
I was thinking about it while you're talking.
Those are great responses, but I think one thing you touched upon that was relevant was if it's one person's opinion, it shouldn't hold you back from pursuing what you actually love, which is really important. But we can end it off with the last question. What is one piece of advice you have for youth who are feeling stuck or like they don't have a choice?
Wow, feeling stuck or don't have a choice. Well, I'm gonna kind of like battle that a bit. I think we always have a choice. In the moment, it might not look like we have a choice, but I think we always do, depending on, everybody has different situations, everybody has different backgrounds, trials and tribulations, circumstances like that, but there's always a choice to, one, take the easy road, take the hard road. That's a choice. Wanting better for yourself, you know, wanting to do better, having aspiration, having dreams, like, you know, I think the choice is always to follow what is truly with your heart, right? So, in that moment of whatever it is that you're trying to decide, you know, kind of just follow your heart and figure that out. But yeah, as a little tidbit as to, you know, what you would do, just, yeah, follow your heart, follow your passions, follow your dreams. Don't quit on whatever it is. Just always know when somebody does try to remove the fact that they say you don't have a choice, you do, no matter what, no matter the situation. Don't ever let somebody tell you that you don't have a choice, because you do have a choice. And it's always for the betterment of yourself, the betterment of your future, what it is that, yeah, you really want to do. So.
Good answer. I like that. As you can see, Frank and I have a lot of chemistry. We go way back. Let me ask you guys this. How many of you guys feel stuck in any shape or way or form? It doesn't have to be educational purposes. It can be in life. Raise your hands. Or even a sense of like, you don't have a surety, like you don't know what it is yet you want to do, or the cases. Raise your hands higher. You don't have to be afraid. So that's a lot of you. Anybody that has their hands down pretty much is saying that they perfected everything in their life. Right? So you perfected everything in your life? So your hand should be up. Right?
Gotcha. That was good.
So the way I look at it is like this, right? Having, like Frank was mentioning, there's a lot of choices that you can take, but I think if you don't know what it is yet that you want to do, or you're having troubles, or you're stuck, sometimes it takes you getting out of the matrix and getting that out of that, you wake up, brush your teeth, go to school, go to bed, do your homework. It's like, it gets a little bit tedious sometimes. And what happens is you're in the matrix so much that you forget to sometimes take a step back and look at the bigger picture and analyze everything that's happening, right? Because when you're able to be self-aware, it allows you to grow as an individual and work on your self-development. When you're closed off and you're too much in your head, that's when you kind of feel stuck, right? So as a singer, I get writer's block sometimes, and it's because I'm a homebody. I'm always at home, right? And I have to remind myself, in order to write about these songs, I have to take a step back outside of the studio and go experience life. Like I might have to go for a walk on the trail and see a bird and write about the bird that I see, right? But think about the position that you're in right now, and in order to achieve what you need to achieve, you might have to go and venture out and explore and take those steps to get a clearer picture. So I would say, if you do feel stuck, take a step back, or maybe ask one of your friends what they see within you that may be not concerning, but maybe something they feel that you can work on, and you guys can take turns doing that with each other. Like meet up every week and discuss, okay, this is what we want to work on, and we're gonna assess each other every single week and see if we improve on those things. It might help you guys out. Might help you guys out as individuals. So yeah, try that. That's my advice for you.
Just to jump off of that, yeah, if you're feeling stuck, for myself, I always do stuff that I love, and that doesn't necessarily have to be tied with what you want to do in the future or what you think you need to do with your life. It can literally just be playing video games. It can be spending time with family. It can be going out to the park and riding a bike, whatever the case may be. If you just, like you're saying, remove yourself from, the end goal, actually, I think that's the best way to put it, is like, I think we focus so much on the end goal and we kind of forget about the journey in between. That's where, our mind starts to get clouded. But if you remove yourself from fixating yourself so much on that end goal and just kind of, quote unquote, cliche, as they say, enjoy the process, I think that helps clear your mind and just, give you a little bit more clarity and, take you all unstuck.
Right, and remember, you all are human beings, right? As much as we like to act as if we're machines and we're these like super entities, you need a break. It's not even just about removing yourself, it's about taking a break sometimes. right? Because even your computer needs to get restarted and shut off, right? Otherwise, it's going to overheat. It'll tell you when it's overheating. So I think sometimes if you're stuck, that's your message that says, hey, I'm overheating. Maybe I need to take a break. And like Frank says, that can be video games, whatever the case is, wherever you find your peace. Like, take a break, and be human. Yeah.
Those are great responses. So I think one key takeaway is having perspective. And those resources are there. It's just a matter of discovering them. But thank you guys so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Anything.
Give Alexa a round of applause.
Yeah,
man.
give
Give
her-
Alexa a round of applause.
Give Frank and Sage one more round of applause. There we go.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, I think it's
You're
time
good
to
to
have
go
some fun.
now.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. All right, so now that I'm done with my interview process, we're gonna get set and we're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna bring my friend back on stage with me a little bit late, but I need you guys to push a little bit closer, just a teeny bit, just a little bit closer. Get close to me. Don't worry, I don't bite, nothing like that. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna set the stage. So give us about 5 minutes, okay?
feared this was something that I knew you would do. Diagnosed by your feelings, they would get a hold of you. You wanna be with someone, but baby, that's not to me. Cause you're not,
What we tell them?
my girlfriend.
Everybody put them up now. Put them up, put them up.
Babe. Hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh. But you're not my girlfriend.
I need everybody to make some noise one more time for St. Cheers.
Girlfriend, babe. My girlfriend, baby. But you're not my girlfriend.
Make some
How
noise
y'all
one
doing
time
so
for
far?
Sage.
Can I get everybody to the front, actually? We feel a little divided a little bit. All y'all, can you guys just come up here so I can, like, actually vibe with you guys? Don't be scared, I'm not gonna bite. Don't be afraid. You guys came here, the least I can do is give you a little party, right? I'm gonna have a little fun, right? Feel me? Come up here, don't be afraid. Don't be scared. You can be right here, you know, so what's going on, my friend? What's your name? What's your name, brother? Aiden? Nice to meet you, Aiden. What's your name? Anushka? Nice to meet you, Anushka. What's your name? Dara? Nice to meet you, Dara. You guys, come on. You guys create enough space for everybody. You guys get a little closer together, have a little fun. Don't worry, we're not gonna do a mosh pit or anything like that. Don't worry, you guys come on in. Getting a little closer. Come on in. Move in. Your friends gotta all come in together. I want everybody to, be a community like we are, right? Right? Okay, come on. Come on in. What's your name? Scarlett, you deserve to be right here, Scarlett. You can bring your friends with you too. Come on. What's your name? Yeah. Simul? Hi, Simul. You can be right here too. Is this your friend? So you can be right here too. And then you can move in. And you guys all can move in. So you all can be closer. All right? Also, can we get the house sound up a little bit too, please? So they can feel it a little better. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm ready.
Wanna have some fun? Let's do it.
I'm ready.
All right. Everybody make some noise one time for Sage Harrison. Ready? Let's go.
Caught up in the face, yeah. Drowning in the rain, yeah. I can see a way. You tell me anyway. It's just me and you.
You.
You know you're my boo.
Boo.
They can't come between us. Now we never soon.
If you got your phone, I need you to light it up. Put your phone out with your lights.
So good.
We say
when your heart is racing, your mind is pacing good.
Pull them phones out, put them lights out, let's go.
Good that you gon' wanna tell somebody.
Yeah. We say tell somebody. Get it. Go Sage. Come on.
Groove, move, still, lit. Kiss, tell somebody. Groove, move, still.
We say
you gon' wanna tell somebody. So good when your heart is racing, your mind is pacing. Hey, so good that you gon' wanna tell somebody. Sing.
I don't sing like you. Somebody.
Ah, there we go. How you guys doing so far? You already had some more fun? Yeah? Okay, I'm gonna walk out there.
All right. Oh, we're going down there?
Have some more fun?
Are we going down there?
Cool, let's do it.
So we're gonna take this up to 100?
100.
Let's take it up to 100. We're gonna turn this up and have some fun, all right?
You say you're in love, but it's not with me. Ain't been outside in a whole damn week. Tell me, how did we get here? Cause I ain't seen you nowhere. Maybe it's the way that you flex, alright. I can look away, it's hard to close my eyes. You know what I want, got me hooked, don't fight it. I got a lot of time on my hands today. You should come through, let me show you the way. And I got a place downtown we can stay. Ain't here to fall in love. I came to fuck it up. How can I lose if I leave you with you? One, two, maybe three more times, make you choose. You know we outside, what's the move? Stay and lose, or you lose, damn it, come through. I don't care about no who, even though we came with you. This is what I came to do. I might be, maybe it's the way that you flex, alright. I can look away, it's hard to close my eyes. You know what I want, got me hooked, don't fight it. I got a lot of time on my hands today. You should come through, let me show you the way. And I got a place downtown we can stay. Ain't here to play. Oh, the love I came to from you. Look it up. How can I lose if I leave you with you?
Everybody put your hands up. Everybody put your hands up. Come on. Come on.
I came to fuck it up. How can I lose if I leave you with you?
Give it up for Sage Chairs one time. Give it up for Sage. Oh, do a dance, Sage. Do a dance. Do a Sage, do a dance. Oh, break it down, break it down. What? Break it down, break it down. Oh, you better stop it, man. Everybody make some noise for my brother Sage Chairs one time. So, I don't know. Can we do one more, or like can we do one more? Is it okay? Is it? Can we do one more?
What should we do?
I don't know. I don't know if they want us to do one more. I think they want to go home now. So
You want to go home?
yeah. So okay. All right, guys. You guys have all right. Cool. Have a good night, guys. Take care. Oh, you guys. We can do one more. Go. Yeah. All right. Okay. That's the one. I thought we were gonna do my song, the one that we just made, like backstage. I don't get. No. Okay. Fine.
Leave it to me, Frank.
Fine. We'll do your song. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Let's get it done. We're gonna have some fun for the last one. Let's go.
There's something in my head, yeah. Try with your honesty, can't even come talk to me. Such a mess, oh yeah. You wanna hold me down, when you're not even around, leaving me on red. Well, baby, ain't it something? I can't war with your water mouth. There's nothing left to talk about. You can't eat in bed. Oh yeah. Was it all for nothing? Keep thinking you're funny. All the brown skin girl that want to sit up on me. What we had is gone, and you see I'm on my way. But I still want you instead. Love it when you talk to me, love it when you fall asleep, right here in my bed. Oh baby, ain't it something I said? Love it when you talk to me, love it when you fall asleep, right here in my bed. Oh baby, ain't it something I still.
Girl, them have to see me and I look back. Take it and attack it on the rhythm and I stop watch. Bump up the bass on the rhythm and I stop that. Bump on your waist, I me stand up and I catch back. Beating on my chest, I go wreck if you left me. Any man you have, me no rest, them can't catch me. No half do me wrong. No say me and you are best. They come back in on my bed, make it wet up like this.
Was it all for nothing? Keep thinking you're funny.
All the brown skin girl, them want to sit down for me.
What we had is gone, and you see I'm on my way. But I still want you instead. Love it when you talk to me, love it when you fall asleep, right here in my bed. Oh baby, ain't it something I still love it when you talk to me, love it when you fall asleep, right here in my bed. Oh baby, ain't it something I still.
Everybody give it up for Sage Harris. Everybody makes one voice for my boy Sage Harris one time. Sage Harris.
Amazing. My name is Sage Harris. You're gonna be sharing this. Thank you for having me. Shane, I love you. Thank you all so much. Have a great night.
Y'all give it up one more time for Sage Harris. Give it up, give it up. Shout out my brother right there. Oh, yeah, man. I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming out today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for having myself, Sage Harris. Sorry, what was your name again? I completely forgot. One more? All right, do your thing, do your thing.
Thank you, Sage and DJ Frank, for that amazing performance and conversation. It was very special to have a moment to connect with you, both beyond music and on a personal note. As we approach the end of our Youth Inspired Community Day event, let us reflect on all we can do to apply what we have heard today in order to make an impact tomorrow. As you have learned today, everyone has an impact on the world. Whether it's positive or negative, on a small scale with friends and family, or on a global scale, your actions make a difference. When we work together, our impact is greater, and our actions can drive positive change. We also want to thank each and every one of you in the audience for coming out and supporting our cause. As youth, we have the power to shape the future, making it even more important that we work together now to positively impact the local and global communities we live in. Our communities need people who are willing to step up and create positive change by disrupting existing structures. We hope today's event inspires you to take initiative and be the change you want to see in the world. If you're interested in getting more involved in the community and connecting with like-minded youth, the CYC is taking on new members for 2024. To join and gain access to exclusive leadership opportunities, simply register and attend Dare to Be Youth's Leader Within workshop in February 2024. Whether you end up joining the CYC or not, let's all make a commitment to take what we've learned today and apply it to positively impacting the world for years to come. From the bottom of our hearts, we would like to thank every speaker, sponsor, vendor, community partner, school, and individual who has made this event possible today. Once again, thank you everyone for joining us today. Get home safe and have a fantastic evening.
Yes, yes. Hold on, guys, don't go anywhere. Sage said he has, for his token of gratitude, he has some goodies that he wants to give out, all right? So if you want, Sage, come out and throw out some t-shirts.
In the face, drowning in the rain. Yeah, I can see the way. You taught me anyway. It's just me and you. You know you my boo.
Thank you guys again for coming.
She can't come
Thank you,
between
thank you, thank you.
us. Not now and never soon. So good, so good. When your heart is racing, your mind is pacing. Good, so good, so good. That you gon' wanna tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, you gon' wanna tell somebody.
Yeah. Say you on the way, say you feel alone, baby girl, I'm getting paid. Got you in the days, those were the days. If I ever told you something, no, you took it to the grave. You know I treat you better, you know I keep you snug like that Louis V leather, like them double C sweaters that I get you. Ain't it in no world that treat you better, and ain't nothing they could tell us when it rain, I'm your umbrella.
So good, so good. When your heart is racing, your mind is pacing. Good, so good, so good. That you gon' wanna tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody.
3 in the morning, get you undressed. I know you want it, like you on X. I got you calling, send me a text. No water faucet, I got you wet. When I put you in that mood, now I ain't stopping you. It feel like I'm in the cruise, I might just dive in you. Like we in Bermuda, it's shawty a Ruger. I call her the Uber, yeah, she tryna boot her. Good brain, no tumor. Spread them legs, no rumor. All that water like a jeweler. When I'm in it, I'm like, oh yeah.
So good, so good. When your heart is racing, your mind is pacing. Good, so good, so good. That you gon' wanna tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, just tell somebody. Grip, groove, move, stick, lick, you gon' wanna tell somebody.